There we go. Hello to all the viewers and everyone in the chat. Thank you so much to everyone for your support. Welcome once again to the Flat Earth After Party. Tonight's panel is Martin Lidk. Hey Martin.
Flat the British! Yeah. Hi guys.
Feedback there, dude. Can you mute the YouTube chat, please?
I've not got it on. I've not got it open.
Oh dear.
You, Gav.
Yeah.
You.
We got Chris, Longtime Warrior. Nathan Oakley. We got Political Hillbilly. We got Isbibs. We got Diego.
Hello.
Hey guys. Yeah, we get bad feedback there, man. Unless it's me.
Hey all.
It is. The hangout sounds perfect.
Yeah, it's fine here too.
Yeah. Could be you.
The trick is,
right.
what I tend to
feedback
do
now.
is load up like a random video,
No,
then
it
mute
was
that,
me, man.
then
I didn't
load the hangout.
realise it was me. Yeah, it was me,
We
mate.
all knew.
Right. Anyway, right, tonight we're going to talk about the meet-up in Oxford, which was absolutely fantastic, and I'm absolutely gutted that I didn't get to go. I think Chris is going to set one up, Chris Truthseeker. He's going to try and set one up in Leeds, and, you know, I really hope to attend that one. It'd be awesome.
I read in the comment that there's another one in Cambridge on the 25th of this month that they're going to like recreate the Bedford level experiment. And
Yeah, allegedly Dave. Yeah, allegedly Dave's doing that with Laura Brooker. Yeah, I've been following that on Facebook. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Very cool.
I'll put that later. I'll stick a link in the description.
Oh, and you guys should sign the petition also.
Yeah, the petition is also in the description. Yeah.
Interesting.
Petition for what?
Yeah. It's NASA, you know, allegedly Dave's NASA questions. It's for that. Yeah,
I'm trying to get you to give a bit more detail to it for the audience. That was what I was trying to do.
Yeah. He's made a petition for NASA. I haven't got it open right now, but I can get it up. Like 12 questions, I think, for NASA, and it's petitioning to go into Congress to be, you know, talked about. I mean, most likely it'll be scoffed at,
Yeah,
but
for,
you know, all we can do is try. And
Yeah.
I think he needs 100,000 signatures, but at the moment there's 1,000, I think, or just over. So, you know, all we can do is try, share it, and sign it. Most of all. Definitely.
Like Nazis always spending a lot of tax money. Why won't waste a little bit more on something that could be useful?
Hey, Antonio, what's going on, man?
Am I coming through okay without causing feedback problems?
Yep, just fine, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, seems good, man. Welcome, mate.
Hey, thank you.
Right, okay then. Well, let's kick it off with a few questions, shall we? So, to Nathan, Martin, and Antonio, how many people actually attended Oxford?
I counted 45 on my video today, but there were more because people were breaking off.
Yeah? Wow, that's
That's
cool.
probably a fairly good guesstimate throughout the day. Maybe 50 people came and went, but you know there was a few people that mustered into the camera. It was hysterical because they got kicked out. So I started filming, and suddenly everyone's fleeing the scene. I'm like, what's going on? Because I'm trying to focus on asking this person what her name is, and you know, a few other questions. And then everyone's going past me, and then I was like, overhear this conversation with one of the I don't know what she was, presumably a librarian, saying basically, get off. It's university property. Get off.
The fork. Get off my grass.
Get off my grass.
And get away from my gate, she said. So I stuck flat earth tape on her wall and hung my Welsh flag on her railings.
Way, good lads.
It was good. It was so good.
It was so good. Best day in a long, long time, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Crazy busy. Like
And the weather treated you good?
People.
Awesome weather. It couldn't be better because if it had been hotter, it'd have been a bit uncomfortable. Just nice, right temperature, very light rain, just keeping you nice and cool. The colours, everything was just perfect, I think.
Yeah, and when it started raining, like Martin says, it was a really light rain that didn't actually really make it wet. It just made it a bit cooler. When the drops got a little bit bigger, we all just shifted under this huge tree, and all of us fitted in the shelter of the tree. It was awesome. It was very good.
Such a buzz.
Yeah.
Such a real good buzz. Everybody, every single person had a good time. There wasn't one bad vibe amongst all them people. Everybody felt the same. Good vibration, beautiful surroundings, the whole business.
How was the journey home, Martin? No trouble there, I take
That
it?
went downhill, but that was my fault. Because I should always trust my own instinct. And my own instinct is, from my life experiences, always travel alone. Because then you haven't got to rely on anyone. So I took the advice of a Krishna consciousness guy, a guy from Swansea, a fellow countryman, who gave me a Swami book. You know what I like, Swami. I posted it 2 weeks ago. So we got to Oxford Station. A couple of people asked 4 people, is this the train? And I ended up going east when I should have been going west. Ended up in Reading near London when I should have been going to.
We all got a book.
Sorry, Martin. We were just showing we had the book too. So,
I got on really late. It was a good experience, the whole thing. The guy made me a bit mental because it was been a long day. I'd been up since 6, and he started like unnecessarily drawing attention to us.
Wait,
like, freaking out.
Martin, tell us the story from the train station, please, guys. You have to hear this story. So you're on the train station. You're asking about Didcot.
I'm on the train station. This is how it starts, right? There's a family of Nepalese people, okay? Now, they're mind-blowing because of the extent of colour that they present. Now, I've taken a photograph of them. Maybe you can see that. But they're quite mind-blowing. Can you see them, guys?
Yeah.
Not really.
Not really.
A little bit closer.
Well, they're indigenous Nepalese people. And they were really freaked out by me. So I started talking to them and shook hands with all of the, the elders of the village. We got talking. So I asked the guard, the one with the little tennis table back that stops the trains, is this the train to Didcot? Yes, he says. So I thought, well, I won't be too trusting just in case, because it's feeling a bit edgy and a bit weird, yeah? I asked another employee of the Great Western Railway, is this the train to Didcot? Indeed it is. So I got on the train, asked an Asian, is the train to Didcot? Why the hell he said yes is beyond me, because it didn't go to Didcot. I sat next to a lady, asked her, she said it went to Didcot. After about an hour, I become suspicious, because the trip to Didcot is 14 minutes. So then I pulled up in Reading Station and the alarm bell started to ring. I'm on the way to London. I'm on the wrong train. So I freaked out on the guy. He was with me, the Krishna conscious guy. He drew attention to us by saying, freaking out and saying, oh my God, because of certain things I may or may have not had on my person. So I had to told him to leave the carriage and leave me because my head had started to go.
No, don't downplay that bit, Martin. What did you
I was freaking out, right? I need to get to Wales, right? I need to get home, right? It's 10 o'clock. I'm nearly in London. The Queen's birthday is on. There's 1 million people travelling to London. But listen to this, right? You're going to love this bit. I haven't mentioned this. Apart from the Krishna conscious guy from Swansea who sort of took me the wrong direction and wanted my address and my phone number and wanted to come home with me and live with me. And anyway, I got rid of him. So, no bad vibes. I get to Cardiff Station, the doors open, and there's 1,000 women on the platform.
And you're thinking, yes!
No, not women. Women rugby player women with tattoos, makeup you could scrape off with your fingernail, who would punch your head in if you look at them wrong. So, they're all on the room. I don't know, it must be, it's the football, okay? So, the unusual thing is, the protocol with getting off a train is, you get off a train, everybody else gets on the train. So, I get off the train, this big burly woman sort of smashes into me, because as you know, there's not much of me. I sort of get pushed into the bulkhead of the train. I get off the train, and this big, massive rugby player guy says to me, "What are you trying to kiss my missus, mate?" Welcome home, Matt. Welcome back to Cardiff.
You missed a little bit of that story out though, Martin, because you said that you detached yourself from the Hare Krishna guy. Well, that's not how you told it to me earlier.
I did say, if you don't leave me alone, I'll throw you out the window. I'd gone psycho by then. I said, look, you've got to leave the carriage because we're on camera and he's shouting with everybody looking at us. But you've got, well, I've got about 2 spliffs of ganja, well, hardly anything to worry about in this day and age anyway. He's in 1980s mentality, believing that this substance is actually wrong. Honestly, you've got that on you. They're going to call the police. There's bombers on this train. And he's like really getting paranoid and freaking out. I'm like, you're going to have to get away from me. He's like, couldn't have drawn more attention. And I draw attention anyway. So you've got
you should have said to him. Should have said, chant and be happy.
Yes.
Should have said.
Krishna consciousness.
He said, I think I'd better move then, hadn't I?
Chant and be happy.
That's what he came back about 20 minutes later and said, look, this is all meant to be. I am sorry. I said, look, all it is I don't want any more of your advice because listening to you has got me here, hasn't it? Yes, he said. So I'm not no more of your advice, okay?
An hour in the wrong direction.
What happened with the ticket? What happened with your train ticket?
I get to Reading. An Asian boy tells me, your ticket is not valid in Reading. What do you mean it's not valid in Reading? I paid 56 quid, mate. It's valid whenever. It's on the Great Western Railway. You don't have to tell me how it works. No, sorry. Your ticket is invalid in the station. So I just jumped the train. I thought if anyone pulls me for a ticket, I'll just tell them what happened. So I got on the Paddington Swansea train and just got on it. Nobody asked me for a ticket.
Yeah.
In fact, nobody asked me for a ticket the entire day, except for them machines. Oh, I got to the thingy, did a ticket through, and it messed up there as well and swallowed my ticket. A guy called Tony had to show me through a door.
Somebody did ask you for a ticket, a little Asian boy, and you told him where to go.
Yeah, I went nuts on him. But look, they got me in a bad mood, Nathan. I was tired by then, and it was all swimming.
Well, that's fair enough, if you were tired.
It went along swimmingly. Rory lost his car.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish Rory was here to tell that story.
To be honest, though, by the time I got home, I was shattered. I was overtired. We'd been up all the night before, and I was overtired. And by the time I'd gone the wrong way, I was ratty, you know?
You said to them all, didn't you, Martin? You said, look, let's not go to the pub and go and have loads of drinks.
No, I didn't want... And look, I said, don't anyone drink, or only the one. Right, I've heard that 1,000 times. Rory, I think the ganja was strong enough. Rory lost his car. Everyone else just went for lid. Why? How they went down this lane that went to nowhere. I've just watched the video back. We were going to a high street, and everyone just sort of aimlessly walks down this lane where I find the Jesuit priest. I thought, well, I'm not letting you go. So
I watched you all do it. I ran ahead of all of you. I ran ahead, Martin, just to catch a nice shot. Stopped. I knew where everyone was going, the complete wrong direction, but I wasn't about to stop you all walking in the wrong direction, following one another. It was great.
You were in the right direction. You were on that street. I seen your post. I thought, yes, George Street. That's where we should be. Oh, God. I know. But, yeah, no, the whole event was excellent. The journey home, it wasn't that bad. You know, I've had worse things happen. But, you know...
Disasters aside, though, Martin, the event itself had that guy from Antarctica, which was just absolutely the cherry on top of that event.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah.
Absolutely superb.
If only somebody would interview him or something on their show or something.
Well, I think somebody who's got a show like The Fourth Wall would be really...
Yeah, we've got a few notes on him, but we'll have him on. He's on Tuesday, 10 p.m.
The photographs that he's got are just sublime, man. The whole thing is just...
Yeah, he's been sending us all day. Oh, just amazing. Life is so cool when you know someone like that.
It's what we wanted. It's something that we know that... You know, not being presented and planted on. There he is. It's Robert. We know him. He's somebody who I know. and there he is, a really lovely guy, and he's just come back from Antarctica.
Robert not just come back. He was there in
not just, you know what I mean.
It was about 10 years ago. But it was
Yeah,
Robert Shortman, his name is. He has actually got a channel, Dreamweaver 2007 is his YouTube channel. He's literally just used it to make comments, and then he's mirrored those 2 videos. Obviously, he's in them on his channel as his first couple of videos, which is nice. But yeah, Dreamweaver 2007.
Oh my goodness, who do we have here?
I just came in to say hello.
Hey!
Hello, Patricia. Nice to
I have
meet you.
Patricia.
You've shocked the plane.
Hi. I'm only saying hello because I'm not going to join you. I'm going to kind of be sitting here but quiet because there's
She doesn't want to hang out with us underlings.
no.
Oh.
It's me, I lowered the tone.
I just think that there'll be feedback to people and all of that. So, hi. Have fun.
Hello. Thanks for stopping by.
She's going to be here if anybody has any questions, and she's here, and she can hear. That's why I asked if I was causing feedback. I didn't want to put the headphones on.
There's no feedback. The sound is okay.
Brilliant, brilliant. So if anybody wants to ask her anything, or if you really think something.
Yeah,
Actually, one question.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
What did you think of yesterday? How brilliant was that?
Oh, it was so amazing. It was so good to see you, Martin and Nathan. And, well,
So good.
kind of okay to see him too. And everyone that was there, it was mind blowing. Really, I was so high. I was on a high.
Yeah,
So-
me too. You were everything I expected and more. You had the whole aura to you, the whole atmosphere of you was as genuinely lovely as I thought. You know, you see on YouTube. You're more in real life, sure. Really
Thank
lovely.
you.
Same for you, Martin. By the way.
Yeah, same for you.
I thought that. You know what? I don't know. You in person, you're a lot more like. Obviously, people are drawn to you on YouTube, but in person, you're a lot more magnetic. You know.
I tend to take the party with me. The thing is, if I go, if there's an event and I'm not there, it could be really, really boring and uneventful. I sort of make things happen. I'm a catalyst. I will make it happen, basically.
Yeah.
I will go to a party that will be dead, and by the time it leaves, it'll be the best party anyone's ever been to.
In some ways, Rory losing his car is kind of your fault.
Yeah.
But he loves me for it. Look, I told him not to drink. I told him none of them go to the pub. We could have gone and had a coffee, you know.
Yeah. There was somebody else had a question for Patricia.
Yeah. Hi, Patricia. Nice to meet you. My one question is, what was the ratio of women and men? You guys were saying around 45. What was it? The ratio?
There weren't a lot of women there because that's just generally flat Earth and the conspiracy world. Although this is not a conspiracy in general, but the more women that get interested, the better it's going to be. And hey, flat Earth's for everyone. And I do see more and more women every day, you know, messaging me. I know we all do. So yeah, but
About 1 in 10.
Yeah,
Yeah, about 1 in 10.
A bit better than that. It was maybe 1 in 7, I think. I just totted it up quickly.
Say again?
It was about 1 in 7. I just totted it up quickly.
Oh really?
Approximately how many countries was represented?
Say again?
Approximately how many countries were represented? Like Patricia's from the United States.
There was a guy from Australia, United States, Spain, UK, well, England, Wales, Scotland,
Ireland.
Ireland, and Australia.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing about Flat Earth. It's bringing them together across the world.
That's
Yep.
it.
And there were some people there that that I got an email today from a couple who said that they were around our party. They saw all of us, but they were, quote, too shy to approach. And of course, if any of us here and or who are not here who attended would have known this, we would have been like, get over here.
Said, yeah.
Yeah.
So we might
But
go
the thing
meet them
is-
and have coffee because they're in the area where we are right now.
Yeah, we'll have coffee with them. The thing is, so this couple, it was a couple, and they were there somewhere when we were meeting up. But because this area is quite touristy, there were other couples, there were groups of 3 and 4 people, there were middle-aged couples, so it was very difficult for us to, you know, if it was just us and another couple there, you know, we might have you know, paid more attention. But there was lots of different people. There were groups of people walking by. It was difficult for us to tell. But yeah, it was really good. The vibe was really good. That's what Martin's saying. The vibe, the feeling was really good. You know, there's all these people, all kinds of, across the board in terms of background, you know, from very highly educated and very well travelled to nuts and bolts people, you know. It was brilliant. It was really good.
That comes from the fact that, you know, after so many years of looking into conspiracies and, you know, awakening to this, well, in the beginning, what do we get? We got opposition from everybody around us, our friends, whatever, and then you have nobody to talk to, and then when you finally meet people, even just on the internet, and you start talking one-on-one, it's like, oh, man, stuff just like, you puke it out, you know?
Yeah.
But then you guys, having the chance to meet in person, and actually get the waves and all the vibrations. God, man, I'm jealous as hell, you know.
And the knowledge he could be traded also.
Yes. Yes.
You don't have to deal with microphones and all this, and you know, it's
that was
one-on-one.
nice. I must admit, that was the fact that you could just literally engage with someone instantly. So that little bit that Rory did, where he blew his own leg off, that just happened. It wasn't planned. It wasn't like we talked about. It just happened very organically, and that was beautiful to just have that happen over and over again with people you'd never met before. Even if you were just introducing yourself, it was lovely. It felt really special.
It was great to like hug Nathan and Martin and Rory. Yeah. Rory always talks about the Rory hug, and I got one finally.
Yeah, Rory does give really good hugs, and I'm not a little bit like this. Although it wouldn't matter if I was, but he gives freaking awesome hugs. You know, it really does.
He had me in tears on his video. I watched his video back, and I was in tears.
Oh yeah, we saw a few minutes, and then we got involved. I'll watch it soon. I do want to. I said I was going to not be involved in this hangout, and here I am. Blah blah blah. But I do take video with my iPhone, but because I'm staying with Antonio where he lives, and my internet connection is still a USA thing with my phone, and it's not working very well. So I'm going to have to put my videos up once I return to the United States in the middle of this month. So
yeah,
it'll be a little bit old news by then, but Martin, you're in it, and Nathan, and everybody that was there. So
we took your advice, Nathan, and we put the Wi-Fi on. We uploaded the video of Martin. Martin, you're talking in the video straight away. You're the thumbnail. So we're uploading it 40 minutes to upload. It's only 7 minutes or so long. 40 minutes. Just as a 40-minute mark comes, an error occurred. It's like, come on. So,
annoying. Anyway, so I will put those up around the 17th or 18th of the month. It'll be old news, like I said, by then, but I think everybody will want to watch anyway because it's a Flat Earth event in the UK. The very first
of course. And it'll be good to reminisce as well.
Yeah. All right, so I'm just quietly sitting over here while you guys have fun.
They should occur everywhere. More meetings.
Yes. Where are you?
Portugal.
In Portugal.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of people in Portugal that are?
I was talking to 3 people in the chat of David Weiss. The
GLOBEBUSTers. Yes, I saw comments in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Are you in contact with people in Brazil?
No, I watched their channels, but I didn't have a lot of contact with them yet.
Because you know how I'm thinking, we're in the UK and the US. There's a lot of communication back and forth, and also Australia. I've been wondering whether the Portuguese and the Brazilian would have communication similarly.
No, even in Portugal, there are no any cells. We call so-called cells. You know, there are pockets of people. I cannot find any.
No, you have to make one. Like Martin.
I'm trying.
Like Martin. Martin is doing it.
Yeah.
So
what's Martin doing?
Yeah, Martin.
Cells.
Small cells. Like Martin's been recognised 5 times. He's had people shouting to him, "Flat Earth British," and you know, it's something that it will happen. So you might be the first guy in Portugal. You know.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Cool.
That was quite funny at Oxford, actually. I was sat with Martin, and we're just chatting away, shooting the breeze. and then Martin gets up and walks away, and then I stand up, look back where we've been sat, and there's flat Earth tape on the outside of the random camera. Martin's just surreptitiously stuck it there without me even noticing while I'm sat right next to him.
Makes it easy to identify. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
guys, what do you think motivated you the most to meet up then in Oxford? What would you say? What do you reckon?
Antonio.
What? Say again, Gav.
What do you think motivated you the most to you know, go and meet up in Oxford?
I lived in Oxford when I was in my late teens, early. I moved away from Manchester, from Stockport, and I moved down to Oxford. I worked in Oxford. I partied in Oxford. I love Oxford. It's a beautiful place, and it's just, it has its own vibe. Every city has a different vibe, and the vibe in Oxford really welcomed me. I really enjoyed Oxford. So I was thinking, you know, the American guys had done their mixers, you know, their meetup. So I thought we have to, Nathan and I were discussing it, we should do something in the UK. And we're thinking, okay, where should we do it? There's accessible to the majority of people. We were thinking that there's likely to be quite a few in the south, you know, in London and those, the home counties. And then there's also the people from Wales, the people from Scotland. So we were thinking, you know, maybe at Oxford, because it's such an old place, and because also I know that there's a pub there that was built when everybody knew the world was flat. So we debated between Oxford and Cambridge, but Oxford's a lot more accessible from around the country. So that's it. That's what motivated me, was the Americans doing their thing, and me thinking, you know what, we can do it, and we can do it better. We can do it in a much older place.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to having it here. I've been waiting a long time. I actually know a couple people just around here. I wish we could get together. It was supposed to be Flat Earth Hub coming from Vancouver all the way to Quebec, but it turns out they might not be coming after all, because of all these new laws coming out and everything. It's a massacre right now.
Because Hub's an interesting one, because he kind of runs a bit hot and cold. I like his material, but then he republished a video from, is it the Young Turks? And the Young Turks was talking about people infiltrating sort of online movements.
Government.
Into the nitty gritty a bit. Sorry, you go, Antonio.
Yeah, it was he re-uploaded the Young Turks talking about the Young Turks. I don't know if anybody's not familiar. They're an online group who discuss kind of popular events. They'll discuss conspiracies. They'll discuss political things. And they'll basically sit down and they'll hash things out.
Turks, the far left radical propaganda machine.
Yeah.
Yes. But, so this is what they do. And what they some time ago, they had a show where they discussed how government was employing people to enter into chat rooms, into threads on Facebook, on YouTube, on other popular media, to mold a consensus, you know, to put in questions or to try to guide conversations. And that's what the Young Turks were discussing. So Flat Earth Hub took a hold of that and kind of turned it into, maybe Nathan Oakley, maybe Antonio, maybe Patricia, maybe some of these guys that are creating stuff, maybe some of these guys are being paid for by the government to mold the thought. And
you know what? It doesn't matter. Even if, look, I don't think you are, but even if you were, it doesn't matter, because this awakening that's coming from it is actually it's almost irrelevant of where you got the information. Just the fact that you're waking up is it surpasses the whole. It becomes drama almost, you know.
It will be counterproductive.
Guys, can I jump in here a minute? I have a unique perspective on what you're talking about.
Cool.
I used to be involved with the militia movement here in the States, in Texas. And I was, if anybody saw my face and they were in the militia, would probably recognize me, or they know my name. But I'm not in it anymore because of what happened with infighting and politics and religion, splitting people and everything else. And the one thing that I have seen with Flat Earth, and he's a shill, she's a shill, whatever, but there is no infiltration in this. It's either you're an organic, real person or you're not. And I can speak from experience of dealing with these people with all these political brainwashing and religious brainwashing and all that aren't Flat Earth. And most of them, if I tried to tell them about Flat Earth, would, same thing we talked about earlier, they turn on you and come at you with a knife or something. But Flat Earth is too organic. I don't see anything that I saw in the political realm or the militia realm or any other activist realm where this could be infiltrated by any single group of people or anything, because it's too organic on a personal level.
It would
Unless
be
it's NASA, sorry to interrupt. Unless, I mean, I don't know if you'll all concur, but when I made videos about NASA specifically, or something space related like satellites, then a certain type of troll would descend on me, and it would happen consistently, but only on that type of video. So I think, and I've had this conversation with loads of people, and generally on air I won't say, yeah, I think there's paid shills, because...
So it's the subject matter the most, right? The subject matter that you're using.
Hub came here on Hangout.
I made a comment on my Twitter account day before yesterday about an evolution meme. And the next morning I got up, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon I had blocked 30 profiles on Twitter that were all atheist, left-wing, whatever you want to call them, that was just constantly attacking my Twitter feed all day long. And it was over one comment about an evolution meme. It was just ridiculous. It was worse than even people that attacked me for Flat Earth posts. It was crazy. I just couldn't believe it. And the profiles coming at me appear to be legitimate people that if you look at their profiles, you go, these people must be insane to think the things that they do. They have to be, or they're paid shills. One of the two.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Hub joined me on a hangout last night, and he was talking to me about it, and he threw some names out there. One thing I'd like to say to everybody, no matter what, there's always going to be some infighting, so please don't judge the character, judge the message. If the message is correct, move on, don't play the games.
That's what I was saying before.
I like games though. I'm also having fun with these idiots. I like playing with the trolls, they're good fun. But, I mean, this is the problem. When you get people like Flat Earth Herb, who's obviously a good guy, I'm not going to dispute that, but he's Mark Sargent just always has the best synopsis for things like this. People are in a conspiratorial arena, and they're going to look at everything. Suddenly their eyes are wide open to everything, and so the finger of suspicion is pointing wildly sometimes, and you have to kind of forgive that. But sometimes it does get to you a little bit, and so far with Flat Earth Hub, twice I've gone to him and gone, look, here's my email, nathanoakley1980 send me a message, ask me whatever you like. He's completely ignored that, and then come back on comments and gone, paid agent or some shit like this. And I've gone, look, this is the second time I'm saying it to you. Just get in touch with me. I'd love to talk to him. He seems like a really cool character. But he's got this idea in his head, and it's not my place to get it out of his head. I can't, because I'm the one he's got the idea about. Not a great deal I can do about it, other than to continually reach out to him and go, look, I really don't want to engage in some nasty war with you, because you don't seem like the rest of these other idiots, which he doesn't.
I think,
he seems like a really sound guy.
People should address themselves instead of making videos or comments. Talk to each other. It's more simple that way.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been calling people left and right, and getting a lot of good feedback from that. And it's really important, especially again with the one-on-one communication. You get so much more out of it, because in the text and whatever, you really can't get your message out. Like a lot of times, you think they're answering to you, but they're not really answering to you. They're answering to somebody else. Whatever, it's a big issue.
Also, you can't read tone. Somebody can put a comment.
Exactly.
And if they don't put a winky smile at the end, they've written something. If they were talking to us, we'd see that they're saying, well, that's really good, isn't it? And we'd understand their tone, but it says, well, that's really good, isn't it? And you're like, no, I don't think it's really good. I disagree, but they've not realized that the tone doesn't carry. They're writing it ironically, and we read it literally.
Ace McLeod is a perfect example of this. So on a day that I'm just getting just a little bit more grief than people normally give me for whatever reason. And Ace McLeod just happened to make an offhand comment, and he was like, "Oh, he just wrote shill. That's all he wrote." And I was like, Ace McLeod, he's another one that thinks I'm an agent. Now Antonio's there. No, Ace is sound. He's just taking the piss out of you. He's just he's just joining in with the fun." And I was like,
he's actually what he's doing is he's killing the term shill by using it
making
so
it meaningless
much across the board. Yes, he's a bright guy. Has anybody invited him to come and join us?
I don't know him personally, so I couldn't.
Oh, he's a good guy.
He
No,
said
I'm
that
telling
he's
you,
going to
if
have
you
a
want to
hangout
invite
today
him, mate,
himself,
you
probably
can
about this
invite him.
time.
I don't know if I have his details.
I don't have his details.
Me either, man.
And I can't
He
join
said
his
he was going to have a hangout today.
Truth secret block me.
Guys,
A lot of
can you hear me?
Yeah. So, Matt.
Yeah, I'm on with Ace every day. He's on my mail. We're great friends. I speak to him every day. He's constantly. I got it on snooze. Yeah.
Can you send him a message, Martin?
No, because if I open my notifications, it's going to bleep every second.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just open it, send him a message, send him a link, and then close it. And if he wants, he can come and hang out.
All right, I'll do that.
I'm pretty sure he's got a hangout going right now under Hitching for Truth. He said something about he's going to have one going this afternoon.
All right, cool. So what I was going to just contribute to the talk about the conspiratorial mindset and people looking with an eye to find discrepancy, to find error, to find something, to shout about. The truth is, we should welcome it. We should say, sure, go away, fine, go ahead, find whatever,
Yeah.
Because then, none of us is actually hiding anything. So sure, come have a look. It can be tiring.
We need to find the bigger lie.
Yes, but what I'm thinking is, it can be tiring sometimes, but what I found myself about the flat earth is very quickly you see people's true colors. When somebody's yeah. So there are people who play nice, at first, and you're like, oh, brilliant, great. There's an expression in England, I don't know if you have it in the US, you give somebody enough rope, So with Martin, a certain someone that, I'm not going to say his name, was pretty nasty after, anyway. So the term give enough rope is you give somebody enough rope for them to hang themselves.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, if they do something a little bit nasty, you let it go. A bit more, you let it go. You're giving them rope, and eventually you just put everything they've done in front of them, and they have to hang themselves. It's metaphorical.
Yeah.
I've been telling people that for years. I give you just enough rope to do one of two things. Either pull yourself up when I jerk on it, or I'm going to fucking hang you with it.
Yeah, it's the best way to be a salesman also. I used to be a salesman. You just let the people talk, let them hang themselves, like you're saying, and then you know exactly how to get, how to sell them something. It's the same philosophy.
And because with the flat earth, everybody's like, oh, dude, this is the biggest, this is like the foundation on top of which all of the conspiracies have pinned, all of them. The scarcity, the warfare, all the fear cell, all of it is basically on this earth. So we're actually looking at the foundations of all of the conspiracies, and we're exposing this. So when people come to the flat earth, it's like, dude, of course they did 9/11. Of course this is going on. Of course they've been doing that. And because everybody's kind of so aware, it gets to the point where they show their true colors. If the true colors jar with someone, then so be it. They shouldn't change who they are, but it makes it easy to see, and basically birds of a feather flock together. So it's easy to see the people that you just naturally would hang out with. It doesn't mean that you hate the other people and want them dead, but you just naturally gravitate towards people.
Like
I tend to
saying, the fish dies from his mouth.
Yeah, I tend to be gravitating towards a lot more people now, a lot of different diverse types, because I've come to like a new awakening that it's like it hardly even matters if it's flat or not anymore. It's more about the morality part of it for me. Um, it's how can I say this? Well, uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. Keep talking.
Well, no, I know exactly where you're going with that. Antonio says this all the time. He says that some people get flat Earth, i.e., they understand that we've been lied to about the globe, and they get all those concepts, but they don't get the bigger picture. And you just boiled it down really nicely, which is to say, well, yeah, it's kind of obvious that it's flat now, but it's more about the fact that we are moral, and that is the bigger picture. You know, the self-realization is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's like, that we're human. When we see, I don't know about you guys, but everybody's seen nature programs. You know, you see the deer, you know, with the antlers fighting each other, the wolves or the tigers, and whenever you see a creature fighting another of the same type and killing it, you watch this on National Geographic and you're filled with this wrongness. You know, there's like, what's wrong? Why did that tiger just kill that other tiger or whatever?
Survival.
And we do it to each other. We do it as humans to other humans without the need.
Of survival. No, we do it for enjoyment a lot of the times. You know,
it's not.
Yeah, we're not animals at all. Animals actually do it for survival. That's it.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, so.
This is well, someone like me, and I'll happily put my hands in the air and say yes, I will toy with these people for enjoyment. They're not. This is why I'll take a little bit of sadistic pleasure in poking the trolls. But ultimately, the people like Flat Earth Vancouver, BC, are literally fuming with anger about us. And as you say, there is no need. They don't need to point any anger. They could quite happily exist on their own with their followers and growing all the time, eventually to be far more popular. But instead, their attention is focused on other people for whatever reason.
This is the lack of getting it, the not getting it, because getting it means, okay, you're a human being. There's something that made the whole thing, the whole everything that's going on was developed, thought up, planned, you know, basically constructed. So there's this extra consciousness that you might have believed in, but now you're pretty damn freaking sure. You know, it's got there are signatures. Its signature is everywhere.
Yeah.
So what the hell are you doing, treating another human being badly?
Exactly.
You know, that human being was made by the same thing. You know, and this is what I refer to when I say to Nathan that there are people who get that the world is flat, but they don't get the wider ramifications, the implications. So at that point, it's like you say, it's not actually that relevant that it happens to be flat. It's just that's just the best marker to say, dude, you know, this is the fingerprint. This is the thumbprint. You know, we've been living in the thumbprint all along, wondering whether there was anything that made it. Like,
and I'm trying to push something right now to the best of my abilities. Is the way I see the creator or God or whatever you want to call it, the power, I see it dual. I see it duality in it. Like I was saying with the zero going minus, going plus. Well, it's very simple. Even if you believe or not believe the Bible, there's actually a pretty darn good quote in there when it says, well, we created man in our image. Why? Why? This is why. Because God is both. He's both the devil and the good. He's bad and good, as are we. The only difference is we got a choice to make. See, we could be evil. I've been bad. I've done bad things in my life. Sure. But I've also done really good in my life and like redeemed myself. You know what I mean? It all comes down to that choice that you have to make, and it's the same. Otherwise, if you don't have the duality, if you don't have the experience of badness, you can't appreciate the goodness. I think that's where we come from, and we've actually awakened to this because we had a lot of dramas, or well, not dramas, but what do you call that? Trauma in our lives, and we've actually got the tools to deal and be responsible, able to respond to this situation coming to us. You know, it's like kind of like a spirituality, like say throughout all your past, you thought you were doing the wrong thing because everybody around you was saying it's wrong to be like this, like this, like this. But in reality, we're actually doing the right thing. And now that we're waking up, we're realizing it's like, oh damn, I was right about that. I was right about that. It's like it wasn't me the problem. So it's just like it's feeding up, you know.
Incredibly, you should say this because Chris D got in touch with me today because he's had about a week off. Chris D is now Take Back Space YouTube channel and he does a lot of live broadcasting of the stars and the planets. And CD.
CD, yeah.
No, Chris D. He's no longer CD. That was his channel name. His name is Chris D.
Right, okay.
But yeah, he's Take Back Space. That's more like it. Let's just plug his YouTube channel. So Take Back Space gets in touch. There you go. And he was talking about exactly this, basically saying you've got to take the rough with the smooth. Without the bad, without the crap, there would be no good. There would be no progress without negativity and things being repressed.
There's also an extra dimension that we can look at things through, which is this. Like you just mentioned, that we've gone through trauma at some point. That trauma has given us the tools through which to operate ourselves and the world. You know, our interaction with the world. Right now, there are people for whom the trauma is the flat Earth movement. So people like Vancouver, BC, Flat Earth Hub, the people, they are convinced that there are shills and that they can expose them and that they should. They are convinced of it. Now, it doesn't mean that they really are or that they could, even if they were, but that's their trauma. And after their trauma, they will develop tools that we can't even imagine because our trauma was nothing to do with a flat Earth. So right now, their trauma is trying to hunt the people who are fucking everything up. This is their idea. There are people here who are here to mess everything up.
Which makes sense if you think about it, you know? Of course. They're actually not bad. They're trying to do good, but
this is it. This is it. You know, they really are trying to do good. Everybody rationalizes their worldview, well, when they're conscious. But when it's an unconscious thing born from trauma, then you're not aware of what's directing your mood, your thoughts, your attention. So it is still everybody, unless they're actually psychopathic, they have intent which they justify as being valid due to it being good. Everybody does it.
It's a different perspective. Like we see, in perspective, people have different perspectives.
Yes.
But it's left people in disarray, this has. You've got to imagine that, you know, people, everything we've ever believed, or most things we believe to be found out to just bunk. And it's just left people in disarray. So I think that period is just past, the disarray. Now I think we're finding our feet. I think this is a really good time for the flat Earth community. I really do. And the meat just nailed it for me. All those really, really good people, as you said, from all walks of life, you know, incredible people, and all knowing, not believing, knowing.
Yeah. This is the thing that.
Did I? Sorry, here I'm interrupting. Did I hear someone say that? Because I didn't have my glasses on. That they live in Texas.
They were part of the militia. The
but
Texas
no longer
militia.
live in Texas. Okay, I get it. Because I had a meetup in Texas back in April, so I was wondering, why didn't you come?
We're at in Texas.
It was in Houston. It was Houston. That's where I live.
I'm 5.5 hours away from Houston, so.
You could have come. It's kind of a long time,
Texas, though. That's not just down the road a ways. That's way down the road a ways.
Yeah, that's true.
There was this guy.
Oh yeah.
Political.
I'm 2 hours.
You ever have one in Ohio? Let's have it at New Armstrong Space Museum.
In Ohio. Ohio.
Oh, so you're political hillbilly then?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Okay. Without my glasses, I was unable to see the names at the bottom.
Nice meeting you.
I'm going to subscribe to your channel. I've heard a lot of people say good things about you. So I'm going to do that right now.
I got that kind of.
Right now.
I try to bring that kind of humor. Either you like it or you don't. There ain't no in between.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like our political hillbilly. He's a character, but he brings truth.
Yeah, he's awesome, the hillbilly.
He's killing the meth.
people like me on Sandy Hook too.
Sorry. Do you know what I found from the meetup in Oxford? Was that I've thought this before, but Nathan and I have discussed this. I've spoken about this with Martin. People can contribute in ways that only they could contribute in, and people will come into the flat Earth that we can't even imagine, have things, abilities, modes by which to contribute that we really can't conceptualize. We can't imagine them. So this is what was the most obvious to me. Somebody comes along with a Hare Krishna consciousness, brilliant. There is a thing to the Hare Krishna consciousness, which is the point is to live in a state of transcendental, in a state of transcendentalism continuously. That's their point. But everybody has different things. We meet the guy from freaking Antarctica, and Nathan and I have discussed this. Like, people are going to come in that we can't even imagine. I never even thought, like, maybe somebody who's been in Antarctica for a year and a half, you know, for 15 months. That never crossed my mind, you know. And more people will come in. There will be people who, there'll be people coming in from NASA at some point. There'll be people coming in from astronomy departments. There will be people coming in from all kinds of areas that we can conceptualize. And the best thing is the areas we can't, that we genuinely can't grasp. And I just think it's freaking awesome. Like political hillbilly, just that term, political hillbilly. There you go. There, just take that with you. Put it on a T-shirt. Think about it. You know.
I'm trying to bring in a different kind of vibration, and it's actually since the flat Earth, and I've been making videos that actually took me out of my shell. It actually made me start doing music, and I've got like 6 or 7 songs already out. I just put one out today, which is awesome. It's my favorite one so far. What I did is I just let it all out, and that's what I do now. And Martin, actually have to say this, I'm looking forward to the day we actually talk, because we've had a lot of problems, well, not you, but me, with your chat room. I couldn't message, and I didn't know it. I thought people were ignoring me, dissing me. I thought he was being rude or whatever, and I was freaking out. But I actually took that energy that one day, and instead of, because I wanted to make a video and release it going nuts, like, you know, but I took that energy and I said, no, you know what? Stopped myself, and I said, grab your guitar and just play a freaking song. Why don't you, you know? Press record and see what happens.
Can you list your full channel name and the name of that video, the track, the title of that, just so people watching can then type it in?
Yeah, it's SBIBS, SBIBS 691. That's the channel, and it's Chill the Flame. I think it's Chill the Flame. Yeah, it's Chill the Flame. That's the song that came from. And
but do you think without realizing all this, Sibs, did you say?
Pardon me?
SBIBS.
Is your name Sibs?
It's Stefan. You can call me Stefan if you want.
Stefan. Okay, cool. So yeah, without Flat Earth, do you think you'd have been empowered to do that? Just like pick up your guitar, make a YouTube video?
Well, I did one last year. It was right around when I discovered Flat Earth, but a little before. It was for my mom's birthday. I made it for her birthday. It was the first time I ever, like, I put on a backing track and I grabbed the guitar.
Because I really... drummer.
Pardon me?
Drummer on the chat. Somebody's saying that he can drum.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I made one for my mom, and I let it go at that, you know. And I barely practiced on the guitar. But just recently, since I've been making videos, a lot of people were like, "Oh, you play guitar? You know, do something, do something." I was like, "Oh, okay." One day I picked it up, one of the first 2 songs, and I don't know, they're pretty mediocre, but everybody seems to like them. Like, wow, that really encouraged me. It's like, okay, I'll take that energy and I'll use it to make some other ones, and you know, dedicate them or whatever. And I've come up with a lot of good stuff. And today, the one I just made today, it's really amazing. What I did, I said, look, I put the drum track, let it play. I laid down the bass, rhythm, guitar, and 2 leads. But what I did is I just like closed my eyes and I just let myself go. I did all 4 different tracks, and didn't think about nothing. And the results are the results.
Hey, can I just jump in here, please?
Sure.
You know the Doors recorded their last album with Jim Morrison in Paris and the other Doors in LA. You know, they recorded it and sent it to each other tapes and whatnot. We've got HPMRC, who's in the chat right now, saying that he can blow the blues harp. You know, he can play the harmonica. And
cool.
It would be cool if you two got in contact with each other and, you know, just see what happens, see what you can put together.
Yes, I've been wanting to do this for a while.
Another guy named Dave Gordon said he's a drummer. We were talking about needing a drummer earlier. Dave Gordon in the chat is a drummer in Denver.
That's cool, eh?
Yes.
Flat Earth Asshole on bass. We got a couple of guitarists, a few vocalists. I mean, anybody play keyboards?
That'd be cool too. Actually, I know somebody who plays piano. I'll see if she's interested also.
But I mean, you guys could, like, recently the Scarecrow just asked everybody to contribute a little something. I'm massively embarrassed by what I contributed, but it's not important.
Don't be.
You could, you know, you can lay down something, pass it on privately, you know, put it private. Say again?
Everybody could record their parts and just send them to one person that is good with the audio editing and put it all together.
I just discovered a new program. It's almost like Hangouts. It's almost like a Skype, but it's for musicians only. It's free. It's called Collab something. And I just signed up like 2 days ago from an invite. And it's exactly that. Everybody plays their own instruments. And you just got to create a little room for yourself, I guess, and put a title. And if people want to join that one, well, they'll look you up and they can join it. And you can play like simultaneously. It's really amazing. And I just discovered it because I wanted.
And then you play on top of it and record what you played over the top of theirs, and it mixes it, right?
It comes with like a studio, an online studio, I guess. It doesn't really download to your computer. It's all online type thing, and you share. It's called Collab something. I'm gonna have to look it up. But if I go and look right now, it might screw up my internet though.
This is a perfect example how connecting people creates creativity.
Absolutely. I was just about to make a point about Oxford Meet in that regard, actually, because the guy who was from the Antarctic, and this is not knocking Mark Sargent, who gets a ton of emails. This guy had actually got in touch with Mark, and you know, Mark had kind of got back in touch and given him some of the information that he'd requested from Mark. And more power to Mark. You know, he's a busy guy, and he took the time to get back in touch with this guy. But what the guy really wanted was to kind of get his message out there. You know, he wanted to talk about this and say, look, I know about Antarctica. So by turning up, and I'm not saying the guy was timid. He wasn't. He was, you know, he was very. What's the word?
He's a really approachable guy.
Very, very approachable indeed. That's the perfect word. But didn't necessarily, you know, have, I don't know, a massive YouTube channel or anything, or the compunction to make one to get his message out there. But by getting to the Flat Earth Meet, suddenly he's just able to get his message out to a whole ton of people in the flesh right then and there. And by virtue of me having a camera and shoving it in his face immediately, he's got his message out a little bit further. And suddenly he's got this little snowball that he's trying to get rolling and turn into a snowman. It's suddenly got a bit of snow attached to it, and it's suddenly starting to build up a bit of steam. And while we were chatting to him today, bless him, Antonio started to talk to him about, you know, how it will gain a bit of steam and how his message will get a bit more, you know, across to people. And I can just see this guy sort of his eyes expanding as he's talking about, you know, his YouTube subscribers increasing and so on and so forth. And this guy's sort of, you know, hasn't thought of any of this. I don't know. What was the other example you gave him about, you know, I'm sure he said something about screening calls. It was something really extreme.
Oh yeah, that was back in Oxford. I said, dude, after you come on the Mechanics of the Fourth Wall, I asked him about his living situation, how, you know, who he lives with, you know, has he got children at home, what the situation is. Basically,
and non-disclosure. Did he have any non-disclosure agreements? Was there any ties that he couldn't go in and stuff he couldn't talk about, or he'd prefer not to associate with his family? And he was like, not at all. I will tell all, no problem.
Yeah, no official. He didn't sign any Official Secrets Act. He can't go to prison. There's nothing. He's not breaking any law. But I was just saying to him, just, you know, bear in mind that you might get some abusive calls or some horrible phone calls. Okay, so I was just mentioning this. just so maybe he tells whoever he lives with to not answer the phone, to let him answer the phone. You know, imagine he was living with his grandmother. You don't want the grandmother answering the phone and somebody saying, you know, your grandson has done something dreadful. Just that, just in case, you know. So, yeah.
Just to clarify at this point, because I said exactly the same to him at that moment, which is, I have never received any prank phone calls. The worst I've got is Vancouver dickhead putting out information that is blatantly very much in the public domain anyway. That's about as bad as it's got for me. Nothing, in other words. So, no, I've had no prank phone calls. Neither has Antonio, as far as I'm aware. Neither has Patricia, as far as I'm aware. But it's just sort of prepare for the worst, all that sort of stuff. You know, hope for the best. Sure, nothing will happen, but...
Yeah.
I got 2 death threats on one video that I did on YouTube.
Oh, that's just in messages. That's all nothing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was in the militia movement. I was politically active the whole 9 yards, and I got a lot of flack from a lot of people. But until I got into Flat Earth, I made one YouTube video, and I get the first 2 death threats I've ever heard anybody say, type or otherwise.
Yeah.
Threatening with physical violence, somebody was going to whoop my butt or something like that. But that was the first I've ever had direct death threats. But
Yeah.
they had a bullet. They knew where they would want to put a bullet.
Yeah.
And it was like, really?
Yeah. Do you know what? I've had that. I'm sure Nathan's had that.
Absolutely. But what it demonstrates isn't that people want to kill you. It demonstrates how much passion this subject inflames in people. And that is something that we can feed off ourselves and bounce back
One
off.
of the death threats that I got was from the guy who made the video I debunked. And it was about 24-hour daylight in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
With the camera spinning around 360 degrees with the watch.
Yeah. Yes.
And I broke it down and I just asked a simple question. How does the watch last for 24 hours in Antarctica, number 1? And number 2, if you think of sidereal day and a solar day, it's off by 4 minutes. So is it not that accurate of a watch because of the cold? And interestingly enough, when it gets 180 degrees around, it all of a sudden gets cloudy and you can't see the sun for another about 70 degrees before it comes right back to the sun again.
Yeah.
I would love to steal the guy's thunder.
Photos where they look exactly the same and show how it all lines up and what time is on the watch and blew it up and said, look, where's the missing 4 minutes? The guy that made the video was one of the guys that gave me a death threat. Said that he would like to shoot me. Put a bullet. He knew where he'd put a bullet if he had a gun.
Well, there's one thing that I take heart from this. So, if somebody's going to do anything to anybody, the last thing they're going to do is make a public statement on YouTube that that's what they're going to do. Because that would be clue number 1 in court. You know, did you, on this date, send this message to the person on whom you're on trial for killing?
Yeah.
You know, yes, I did. Well, yes.
I tried to make this exact point with Tim Osman and say, look, you don't need to worry about me. You need to worry about the dozens of nutters that don't make comments, that don't say a word. They're the ones to be terrified about.
Yes. He was talking about Patricia Steer being in the CIA and how he could prove it because she lived in this place, all kinds of nonsense. And I said to him, dude, if she was in the CIA and you were exposing her, you wouldn't be there now to expose her. What would have happened is somebody would have knocked on your door, killed you on your doorstep, framed you in the house, and blamed it on whatever minority they wanted to blame it on, and that would be it. There wouldn't be a hit by the CIA. It would be, you know, the crack house down the road, whatever, you know. It's just some people just don't really think as much as they should sometimes.
Does Patricia know her disgusted face is on camera? She's just looking disgusted.
Well, made this video saying that I lived in a house, and they said I was associated with these other people. Well, it was an apartment I rented, and other people had lived there too, like previous tenants. I didn't know who these people were. You know, we've all lived places where there was previous tenants, and they were saying one of them is a newscaster, and one owns a video company that makes wedding photos. Okay, so a person who was a radio, me, a person who was a newscaster, and a person who makes wedding videos. Ooh, that's a CIA shill house. So, yeah, whatever.
But really, some people don't think as much as you think, as you would hope for them to think. You know.
Well, I can speak from experience. I was out in the open in the militia movement here in the States, and I put my GPS coordinates on Facebook under my real name and said, "Hey, I'm organizing people that are interested in getting into the militia. Here's my house. Come look me up." You pull up the GPS coordinates and see my house on Google Earth, right?
Yeah.
And people are like, "Well, if you're afraid, excuse me, but I already painted the biggest target I could. If you get hit, it'll be flak from me. If they're going to come after anybody, it'll be me."
Yeah.
I put my town on the Southern Poverty Law Center's list of known dissident groups in 2010.
Wow.
So you go and look at their list of all the known political dissidents who think government's the threat, yada, yada, yada. My town name popped up on there in 2010, and I know it was because of what I was doing online with the militia movement.
True patriot. That's a true patriot right there, man.
I was like, hey, I posted it on Facebook. I was like, hey, I made the big time. Look at here. Look what I did.
So this is what I'm thinking.
I put my name on that list on purpose. I wanted.
Is that a little laser on your forehead? Is that a little dot?
Well, it's like, hey, here I am, right? You know.
No, that Nathan was just.
But understand though, I am in Texas. I am a Texan, and I do carry all the time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
This is what I'm thinking.
I have a twin sister that has 16 little piglets that pop out of a long tube.
So, whoever it was that threatened you, okay, they might be thinking, fantasizing, you know, we know where I know where he lives. I'll go, I'll paint myself black, I will hide in the bushes, and I will pick him up. And then he might start to think, oh, wait a second. He might have a friend who sees me, find my spot, hide, and has me on a bead until I pull the rifle up to my eye, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows, you know, if you have that kind of mentality, I'm sure you know people. It's just, but the death threat thing, especially public death threats, that's pretty much a guarantee that you're safe from that guy. That one guy, above everybody else, you know you're safe from. That's it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. I used to be a bouncer, and one thing I can tell you is the guy that's always going to be the problem is the guy that's not saying a word, and he's kind of standing on the side. He's the one that's going to come from out of nowhere and jump in the middle of it and try to cold cock somebody. It's not the guy that's in your face that's all mad and spitting and everything else. It's the other guy sitting in the corner that ain't doing nothing. But all of a sudden, he's just going to spring, and all hell's going to break loose. Which is, y'all were talking about animals and how animals act, and us human beings and how we act, and I wanted to talk to you guys about that because I got to take off here in about 10 minutes and go to a birthday dinner. But
you go ahead if you want to bring up that subject. Go through it, mate.
Yeah, but
speaking, like I said, from being in the militia where I had to deal with a lot of different people from a lot of different genres with political views, religious views, and that was one of the hardest things to do, was to bring those different people together amicably and civilly without everybody getting mad at each other or calling each other whatever. And I also know animals because I'm in agriculture. I've rode horses since I was knee-high. We have a saying when we're trying to load an animal in a trailer that maybe has never even seen a trailer, and they're like, no way, I ain't going in that box, in that cage, you ain't getting me in there. We have a saying, the easiest way to load an animal is to convince the animal that it's their idea to get in the cage.
Yeah.
I got a lot of flack because I said, flat out, people are the animals, and they figured out how to make us think that we wanted to go into that cage.
Exactly.
They didn't convince, they're not forcing us, they're not pushing us, they're not hitting us with shock sticks to get us in that cage. They're just putting a little feed up in the front of the trailer and saying, hey, go get you something to eat. Oh, cool. And everybody just hops right in.
Yeah.
I always
we have
use the analogy
a sales term for this. It's called an agreement ladder, and it works on a similar principle which is that if you ask somebody what they want and you get them to tell you literally what they want, you can then repeat that list back to them, and they will constantly agree with you. So this is how you get them to buy a certain product. You associate all the things they've told you they want from the product, and then you just repeat it back to them, and they'll say yes, 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 and that's all the powers that be do. They give us exactly what we want. We tell them, and then they give it to us in droves.
That's why you let them hang themselves. That's what I was trying to say before. In sales, that's what you do. You let them speak, and they actually tell you exactly what they want before you have a chance of. Because if you put down a certain product to sell the bit higher one, and then they actually didn't want that one at all, they wanted that cheaper one, well, you just knocked that one down to make that one nicer. Now they don't want that one because you said it was crap. So you got to say nothing. Make sure you know exactly which one they want and where they're going to go, and then you could pitch them the one that they want. And
that's what they do with the Globe. They pretty much tell us what we want to hear, non-stop. They get us to agree with them. We're in our own agreement ladder in regards to the heliocentric system, non-stop. And the only people who have broken out of it, we've got lots of other yes men telling us, well, what are you talking about? There's nothing to see here. It's already been figured out. They're already in their own agreement ladder. The Globe works. So it's yes, 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 yes. Every question you can ask has got a tick next to it.
Yeah, they continue to bring what we are learn also, basically. They don't have new arguments.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They don't have new arguments. They continue to bring what we also learn in school, basically. And that's what we are diverging from. According to the new knowledge that we are acquiring, we are confronting some of the science that they present to us, basically.
Absolutely. They bang the same drum continually from birth. Not only that, it's the drum that's been beating for centuries, for hundreds and hundreds of years. So it's the same drum that's repeated to us by our parents and our grandparents and our grandparents' parents. So everybody's beating the same message out continually. So you are cognitively wired in such a way that you have a very strong idea of where you live, a strong sense of what life, what everything is, because you've been given the same answers. And if you go to investigate it, you've got peer-reviewed explanations for everything you could ever possibly want an answer for. Everything's been figured out. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to figure out. Yeah. There's that great example in The Truman Show where Truman says in a flashback about school that he wants to be an explorer, and the teacher pulls down a big map and goes, "There's nothing to see. It's all been explored. It's all been figured out." And ain't that just the truth?
And people who question it are called crazy, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
Because that model has some questions on it.
Yeah, because it's stupid, because flat Earth's ridiculous. You know, we're also taught that. There's a modicum of flat Earth left in the mainstream media. Even just today I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson offhand saying the Earth is flat, but he said it in a condescending, farcical nature.
Well,
so he keeps the flat Earth in the mainstream to a certain extent so it can be ridiculed. So saying, well, it's flat, and then there's a long pause as everyone's kind of almost in shock that Neil deGrasse Tyson has said these words, but he then goes on to explain that if you know the usual Neil deGrasse Tyson explanation, if you're an ant on a basketball, from where you stand, everything seems flat. So from that perspective, everything's flat. And he says it in that tone, so you get the impression that he's so condescending of seeing things as flat. It's so old, so narrow, so microscopic to a way of looking at things. So you're just left with this impression. But some people will look at that and say, look, he's mentioned about Earth being flat. You know, they can take that sound bite. It's the same as when he talks about it being an oblate spheroid. It's so often quoted out of context because you hear the rest of that string, and he says essentially, if you were to run your fingers over it, it's perfectly round. But everyone just take a big spheroid soundbite and says, look, he's talking about it being a bloody pear. No, he's not. You know, that's just one little section. But ultimately, adding a little bit of ridicule, you could call it Jupiter's Delight. Has he slipped that into the entire context to nod a little bit of fun?
Well, of course.
After all, it's all written for.
Yeah, because right off the bat, by doing that little smirky thing and in other words, flat earthers, if you're flat earther, it's like, no, geez, you're crazy. When people in the audience that would actually look at this, Well, right off the bat, they're like, well, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to be looked at that way. You know what I mean? So right off the bat, whatever you try to bring to them, it's like they're close to it.
They are
But it was more clever than that. Sorry, I've got to get this in because it was clever. The way that whoever wrote what he was saying wrote it was far more clever in terms of what they were actually doing. That he was essentially presenting the idea that to see things as flat, which is a pathetic way of looking at things, is old-fashioned. You know, to see things from this narrow perspective is the way he was phrasing it. Those weren't his exact words, but that was the context he put on it. That was the spin he injected in that statement, whilst saying Earth is flat. And you can even incorporate that into my way of thinking because it's looking at it in a very small way. We know about things that are massive like the solar system, and then in his usual Neil deGrasse Tyson way goes through things on the macroscopic level in all its glory, and it's fantastical. It's amazing. You know, back in the day before I was a flat earther, you would listen to this shite and think, wow, isn't this amazing? Now, today, after GLOBEBUSTERS, you watch the rocket launch and go, wow, isn't this total garbage?
Oh, guys, talking about all this, did anybody see the debate between David Weiss and the Postal Service?
Postal?
No.
Yeah. You've not seen it?
It's on
Well,
the channel.
me and Tiago had a show yesterday, and we had to do the whole show, so we couldn't watch anything else.
Oh,
Well worth watching.
I tell you what, why don't I send David a link, see if he wants to jump.
Oh.
Hello.
You gonna introduce your friend, Antonio?
Yeah.
Nice.
This is a small house. She looks a lot like
You know, she looks like she could be related to Patricia. Am I not kidding, or what?
Yes.
Just a little bit. Just a little.
Patricia Steer, Ace McLeod.
There you go. Nice to meet you.
Hey guys, I'm gonna send a link to David Weiss, okay?
Yeah, sure, man, go for it.
I think the room might be full, actually, Antonio. No room at the inn, mate.
Let's see.
One more.
We got one more. One more.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Cool.
before you guys play anything, I want to excuse myself. Been nice meeting all you guys. Ace, sorry I just missed you. The first time I got to see you or be in a hangout with you. Patricia, you do a nice show there.
And you've got some new subscribers too, just for being on here.
Two subscribers.
Two here and some in chat as well. We're subscribing.
Wait. Hold on. Is that really Patricia?
Yeah.
Patricia.
No way! Are you kidding? Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was lovely to meet you.
If you haven't
Get out
heard
of here.
the latest flat Earth news, it's not gossip. It's fact.
Hey, David Weiss, what's going on?
I've
man?
been in jail over the weekend, so I don't know. You gotta tell me.
Wait. Ace, turn your camera sideways, please. Turn your phone sideways.
Me?
No. Ace.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
What
Tell
are
us
you talking about?
David, Ace McLeod.
Look, I'm eating vegan food, by the way.
Okay. Well, you just said that you've spent the weekend in jail?
Yeah, I did.
Tell us about it.
It's pretty nice, actually, for jail. That's all I gotta say. It's co-ed. There's girls and guys. It's just for the weekend. You can bring your own food and clothes and all that, and you just gotta stay one night, and you get credit for 2. It's a long story. I think I got set up, and it was right after I started doing bring your own food and clothes and all that, and you just.
Your sound's gone very quiet.
So.
I'm listening and I'm like, there's so many people talking at the same time, and I realize I didn't close my other window.
So Ace, can you lean your?
You've covered your mic. You've covered up your mic, Ace.
Yeah, you're holding you've got your thumb over your mic.
What about my mic?
There you go. You were coming out really muted. On your phone.
Oh, you know what? My phone just switched to Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. Is that better now?
Yeah, better.
Okay.
So
it's not that bad. It's like adult daycare. You socialize. There's girls and boys. There's a couple hotties in there. So I'm not too worried. You know what I mean?
Did you get their numbers, or are they? Or
I got
are they
one or two, and guess what? Last weekend, I met 4 flat earthers in there. 4 people that knew about the flat Earth. One is from China, and he says everyone over there knows the Earth's flat, and that's what they teach. And the rest of them, they know about, Illuminati, Masons, da-da-da. But they do not watch YouTube videos. That's the thing.
Wait.
They have not seen YouTube videos. They don't know who Mark Sargent is or anybody. You know what I mean?
So in
They
China,
just somehow know about it.
In China,
Yes.
they teach that it's flat.
Yes.
Wow.
Apparently so. In public school, communist public school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I didn't know that. I've been to China several times. I didn't know that.
How many flat earthers are there then? Think of the number of the population there.
yeah, I know. I mean, out of the people that don't even watch YouTube, so it's got to be quadruple at least. You know what I mean?
We need Flat Earth China. Somebody who's
No.
to.
There's total censorship there. So
Yeah.
if you went on a Chinese
exactly.
YouTube channel, you wouldn't get any of us.
So maybe this is why the censorship. Maybe we're told they have censorship so they can't get news in, but the truth is we have censorship so they can't get news out.
I was just gonna say that. That's spot on.
It's probably both ways for sure.
Yeah.
But,
This
yeah,
is
this
also
guy's only here to go to college, and how he knows such good English, I'm not sure. But I call him my ninja friend because he looks like Jackie
I met that
Chan.
Chinese girl yesterday.
But yeah, can you imagine how that hangout
Oh
went?
yeah.
Pre-flat.
I've been
So you've got
talking
this-
to a Chinese girl that knows Portuguese well also. They are learning many languages.
Yes.
But can you imagine that hangout? So you've got a situation where you've got, there's no barriers in terms of YouTube, and we just connect with a fluent English-speaking Chinese guy, and you're having a random chat. We're not talking flat Earth; it's on a random subject, and he brings up the subject, and suddenly goes, "You what? You think you're on a globe? Oh no, that's just nonsense." And suddenly, without that barrier of censorship, without flat Earth even in existence, one random Chinese guy suddenly sets the ball in motion just through a YouTube hangout.
Yeah, and they say
like,
one
we have
person
all
can't
these
make a
barriers in
difference.
place.
Yeah. That could bring a chain reaction, a good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they say one person can't make a difference. Of course you can.
Oh, yeah.
Just smile at one person, and he'll smile at one person, and they'll smile at another person, and they'll smile and smile, and eventually somebody's going to walk down the street and just give you that same smile, and you're going to be, hey, I wonder if that comes from me. You know?
Oh.
I like that.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Oh. So, David Chan, Gandhi is in the chat. I don't know too much about your background, but in chat, can you tell us whether you were born and brought up here, or whether, or your parents, what they know?
While you're reading that, because this is why David Weiss got the link, we'd love to, or I know I've chatted with you beforehand, David, about your debate, but maybe you could tell us a bit, because it was glorious.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so for those of you that don't know who the Paul Stahl Service is, he's a researcher. He's done a lot on 9/11, Sandy Hook stuff. He came up with some good stuff on Sandy Hook, but he's recently been into the NASA hoax.
Stop the show, because
Is my audio okay?
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it all right?
Yeah.
Because I got my headphones
You're
on.
good.
I don't have my microphone.
You're good.
He I believe he completely thinks NASA is a hoax, but he thinks that the flat Earth is a psyop to negate real NASA research, and he's been coming after me. He did a series on me, other people, and just really childish. And he pissed me off the other day. He made a comment to a comment I made on one of PK's videos, and I challenged him to a debate, and he accepted. And what did you think of it, Nathan?
I thought it was awesome. I mean, there was a bit of cognitive dissonance that I told you about that I really loved, which is where you led him. You completely led him. We talked about this earlier, actually. You're a salesman. So you know how to lead people into agreement sort of cycles, and you did it beautifully. So you started describing pressure differentials, and you got him to say, well, it's just a pressure difference. And then, well, I'm not going to steal your thunder. You talk us through that.
It's so easy. It's so easy. Just basically, you get people to start describing the heliocentric model, and there's no way to describe it. You know, I said, you know, how come the vacuum of space doesn't suck all the air off Earth? He goes, well, gravity holds it on. Perfect. You know, I teed him right up. He fell into it. And so I gave him an experiment that'll lift air into a lesser vacuum, lifts water into that lesser vacuum. And his reaction was like of a 5-year-old child backed into a corner in a lie. And it was, you know, he basically, I wish the hangout went a little longer because there was a whole bunch of other stuff I wanted to bring up, but he started going into, you know, you're a shill, it's not even your real name, you know, you don't work, Patricia CIA, you know, he's exposing us for being Jew shills, you know, and we're all failed actors.
Well, 1 second though, David. I've not received any payment. I don't know whether
you don't get payments. And listen, your payments could come nothing through me. Patricia's comes through me, but she's not away. So Patricia, I've got $300 for you.
Oh,
Here.
okay.
Here, take
I'll
it.
take it. Got it.
Your payments are just late. They must be lost in the mail.
Thank you
There you go.
very much. Oh, wait, that's mine.
Right.
Did you like
Damn,
it?
it doesn't look
It
scripted.
almost worked.
Did you like it?
Yeah,
Damn it, that doesn't look
good. I saw that. That was excellent.
But I'm over here, so I need a different type of money than this. This is worthless to me.
Oh, sorry. Go on, David. Carry on with what you were saying.
So somebody in chat said that he made a video about our debate, but didn't talk about the debate. I just don't have the energy to watch his stuff anymore. It's unfortunate. But you know, people said I had a lot of patience for his rudeness, and I basically do it because it helps people that are on the fence see how stupid the ball earth argument is. You know, it seems to be a niche I put myself in, basically debating rude assholes. But I find I think it's helping because a lot of people reach out to me afterwards saying, I saw that. I don't believe the earth is flat. I have some questions about the globe now, but that guy's an asshole. And then a week later, they email me and they say, holy shit, the earth is flat. You know, where do I go from here? And then, you know, I say here, watch these, you know, do this. And then they go and they figure it out, you know.
You did get one good comedic dig in, which was your ad for the Hangout had this dramatic strings in the background, and he sort of you published some of the comments, or you read them to me, I forget which, and he sort of said, can you have your dramatic strings playing when you have your little pieces? So I thought, yeah, nice dig.
Yeah, that was fun. I was going to play it in the background, but I was like, you know what, I just want to let him sink himself. You know, you don't have to sink a globe earther. You just have to let them talk. You have to let them ask a question or let them pose something to you and give you a chance to respond.
When I started watching it, sorry, David. So I start watching it, and it starts off kind of, I'm thinking, wait, am I watching midstream? Because it starts off with him saying, so you're not going kite flying today? There's a tiny pause, and you say, so everybody, and you start the actual hangout. You've caught him saying that. And I thought, oh my God, right at the start, you've got him.
Basically, I gave him the link at the last second. He comes on, we're off air, and I said, do you want me to call you Paul? Is that okay? He goes, yeah, you can call me Paul. He goes, you want me to call you David? If that's your real name. I just hit start at that point. He said a couple other things, and it went live just when he goes, are you going kite surfing today? Like kite surfing is... I don't even fucking know what he was like. He was looking down upon it. He goes, you know, like he's an internet troll in his basement, and that's the cool thing to do, versus, you know, go out and enjoy yourself. So I don't know. It was a little frustrating. I even got a little nasty in there. People said I was very patient. I could have.
You said to him at one stage that you'd gone down to Sam's Bar and Grill. Was it Sam's Bar and Grill?
Yeah. So I'll just fill people in on that. He did some research where he discovered that a woman named Annie Haddad is really the woman that played Nancy Lanza, and a lot of researchers said this is not true. And he showed amazing pictures and the history of this woman, and he found out that this woman's address was 1 Mill Street, Portchester, New York, walking distance from where I live. And 1 Mill Street is Sam's Bar and Grill. And there's no way there's an apartment in there. It's literally a box on the water, you know, an old beat-up Irish bar. And that was interesting. Okay, you know, that her address right there. But Caitlin Roy, the school teacher that supposedly put 15 kids in a 2x3 bathroom, and then was able to pull a file cabinet in front of the door that opens into the bathroom, and it's all impossible. She worked there. So I'm like, okay, there's something going on here, you know. And that address is used, so that gave me that really locked it in that Annie Haddad was Nancy Lanza. But the guy has his head so far up his ass, he wouldn't let anybody help him. You know that you're presenting, Antonio?
What?
I can only see you.
Me?
My screen is locked on you for some reason.
Maybe you just clicked him. Maybe you've got him only.
All right.
Maybe it's just you.
No, there we go. Now it's.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a really good debate on account of the fact that we saw the same old thing, which is that, you know, you get to the point where you've got back and forth about heliocentric versus flat Earth, and typically in globehead style. Oh, that reminds me, Antonio, you must give us your new description for globehead.
Oh, yes. So I've been calling people globalists, including my colleagues. I'm going to start calling people globelings. Just the word globeling, because it's a little bit less damaging than globalist, which has this final, you know, this terminology of kind of restriction. A globeling, you know, it could be something that goes under a rock, jumps out of a tree, you know, that can swim. It's a bit more like a goblin. It's that kind of word. So I'm going to start calling what I've been calling globalists globelings. Oh, what globelings? It's less threatening to them when we address them as globelings. That's it. That's what I'm going to start calling them.
So yeah, I mean, are you ready? Are you prepped, Dave? I was just going to say, like in typical globehead style, it gets to the point where he's asked you for an explanation of something. You've given him that explanation, and then maybe 15 minutes later, he's summarising what you've said and said, you can't explain this. And you interrupt and go, no, I have explained it. You've just not accepted it.
Yes.
Right. I knew at the beginning of the discussion that he wasn't going to accept anything. And I said, we'll agree to disagree and we'll move on, and nobody should believe either of us. They should just know that there's a question to be asked about something we were told was not questionable, and look into it. You know, you don't know to question anything. Like, I didn't know to question NASA. But if somebody said to me, hey, NASA's full of shit, look into it, then I would look into it. But I would never even conceive of looking into NASA, because they're NASA, America.
Oh, no. So there's at one point, David, you said it several times, and you say, like I'm saying, don't believe me, don't believe the Postal Service. Look into yourself. Yeah, look for yourself. And he repeats this and says, yes, don't believe David, don't believe us, especially not David. And I say, oh man, he just shat in his own cornflakes.
I've never seen comments. I've probably got more comments on that video than any other video, and I've never seen comments so heavily weighted. Literally, they're all saying, you know, that he is just a rude asshole. Basically, that's what they all say.
Just so you know, David, your mic is not the mic you think it is. It's you still.
What the hell is going on here? All right, I can fix that.
You're still fine. We can hear you. It's all good. Just so you know.
Where's Ace gone? Oh, there you are.
Fixed.
So Ace.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I fixed it. Thank you, Nathan.
Can I help you?
Oh, shut up.
Yes, you can. When are you coming to the UK?
Am I invited? I'm sorry.
You're invited. You have a special visa. You have a special visa, yes. And you have a place to stay.
That's what's up. Let's do it.
Let's do it whenever you want.
He seems
we'll-
very excited.
About the end of July.
Okay, end
I
of
got
July.
time off work.
Martin.
Yeah.
Dave,
Yeah.
you can come down my house and get block up, mate.
Yeah, so we'll
Yeah.
we'll go camping or something. Okay, we'll go camping. We'll look at the stars and yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Scarecrow.
Need me to
Hey,
bring
David.
mushrooms or what?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to
And
get some.
they're more to yeah. You'll have to bring some, but because here it's like late September, early October, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Are they still legal here? Can you still buy them?
I cannot divulge too much.
no, they're not legal. You just
Not
have
anymore.
to go.
Well, they were, because I've certainly bought mushrooms in bong shops.
Oh, I don't know.
Get out of
They've got
here.
spores and they're very cheap, and you can just grow them in basically a litter tray with a bit of earth in the attic in about a month, and then you get them. Spores are really, really cheap.
Okay.
Very easy to grow, psychedelic mushrooms.
There
But
you go.
considering there's a dozen things in the garden I can get off my head on, it doesn't really matter.
Martin, your camera's gone off, by the way, mate.
Yeah, I put it off because I'll put it on now, brother. Yeah,
I was always under the impression that in the... Sorry, Martin. I was just saying, in the UK, I was always under the impression that they could be bought and sold if they were unprocessed. In other words, so long as you hadn't dried them or processed
No,
them.
it's
Anyway.
sports day. They're fine. They're completely fine, legal. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that
thing
was
with me
as I understood it.
Really?
The thing with every time I've had them, they've just blown my head clean off. Taking me forever to put my head back on.
No, you
Mushroom madness.
You gotta have more to be okay.
Martin, no, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Of what I think.
I may or may not have taken shrooms at the music festival last weekend, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
May or may not have been fantastic.
No, it was fantastic, but I may or may not have taken mushrooms.
Who
Yeah.
is it with the dog there? Next.
I think it's
I can be in the room with someone tripping and feel the effects.
Oh, right.
What's
Yeah.
up, Antonio?
You're an
Hey,
empath.
man. Is that you with the dog?
I bet so, Martin.
Is that you
Antonio,
with the dog, bro?
that's my dog.
Yeah, that's a cute looking dog there.
He's been waiting for you to call for me.
Caw! Caw! Caw!
I seen you today. I seen you in Oxford, Crow. Thanks for appearing.
Her name is Zoe.
Oh, cool.
Joey,
English
God,
English setter.
say that name.
Nice. She looks very mellow. She looks very peaceful right there. She's happy. Yeah. Cool.
Crow, fix your camera and tilt it up a little bit. It's only showing like your mouth.
Oh, I don't want
He's
people to
laying
look
down in
There you
bed.
go. There you go.
You were advertising.
There you go.
Oh, God.
Ace, I've never chatted to you before. You must be like the most not watched. What is it if you've watched more YouTube videos than anyone else? Because I see your comments like more than anybody.
The winner.
Informed ever.
Yeah, I've been doing it for like a year and a half.
I've spent 1,000 hours with this man. On
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a lifestyle.
hangouts. I'm not so many.
Yeah.
So, Ace, can you turn your camera sideways? Because right now you're presenting through like a door.
Come on, Ace, get with the picture.
Let's see.
See, I don't know nothing about
There
this
you go, man.
technology. Is that
That's
better?
it. Yeah.
Much better.
Okay. Cool.
So,
Okay, so wait. Okay. So, Patricia, what are you? Are you in England right now? What's going on?
Yes, I am.
I don't know anything about Elvis. Okay.
Also outside of Manchester. I've been here
Okay.
since the 6th of June, and I came to see Antonio, and
Cool.
also went
Yeah.
to the Oxford meetup.
Awesome. Okay. I guess I don't know anything about that. So.
Now you do.
Yeah, kept it quiet.
I told him.
You should have, guys. You should have seen Martin's face. Okay, so I've been asking Martin to get Skype up and running. Okay, he's been having problems with the computer. Anyway, I get a call from Martin and I'm sat here with Patricia, so I say, "Oh, brilliant." We answer.
So uncanny.
His mic isn't on. Okay, so what we see is this: like the camera comes on, and he's like, he was just so.
Couldn't believe it.
Oh, it was brilliant. It was
good,
went on for a long time. We couldn't hear what he was saying, but I bet you the volume was pretty high.
It's just weird because it's the first time I cranked up Skype in weeks, and the first person I rung was you, and then that happened. It's so strange. Really.
It was freaking awesome. I wished I'd recorded it.
Oh man, yeah, I expected. Look, yeah, I was freaked. That was so
What
cool.
did you say since we couldn't hear you? What
What
words
were you
were coming
saying?
out of your mouth?
Oh my God, are you here on the island? What are you doing here? Why didn't you tell me? Nathan, why didn't you tell me? I was asking you over and over and you wouldn't let me know.
I didn't want to steal their surprise.
I
mean, as
know.
a nice story, Patricia. Can you,
It's so
can you tell us
cool,
again about how you arrive and how you met Antonio at the airport?
Yes, just for people who don't know, Antonio and I have been talking. I interviewed him on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, and we continued talking after that. Very many late-night Skype sessions with many other people. Maybe some people have seen those on, our varying channels. Then we just started talking after those Skype sessions, and many, many hours of time went by, and we got to know each other very well, just talking on Skype. And then
And no sexy stuff.
no, seriously, no.
Just
like this.
mental, platonic. A platonic intimacy happened.
Yeah.
And it just
Spiritual.
it grew. It grew to something much more expansive.
Yeah.
Well, guys, sorry to interrupt, but for me it's late. I have work tomorrow. For me it's 1 o'clock.
In Portugal?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been great.
Good night, Tiago.
Nice talking to you all.
Lovely to meet you.
Thanks to Gav for inviting me.
Thanks, Tiago, mate. Thanks for coming, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Have a
guys
good
sign up.
night or day or whatever it is over there. Yep.
It's
Night.
night 1:20.
Okay. Well,
Can you say your channel name?
Tiago Brandão.
Tiago?
Brandão.
Tiago. Yeah.
Brandão.
All right, I'm going to
Okay.
go subscribe right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm going to do after we finish, I'm going to link everybody's channels.
Okay, brilliant, Gav. Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Tiago, buonanotte.
Boa noite.
Boa noite.
Bye, Tiago. Nice meeting you.
Goodbye. Nice meeting you all.
God bless.
Bye, Tiago. Cheers, buddy.
Bye
Night,
bye.
brother. Night, brother.
Bye.
So carry on, Patricia. Then, so you're. I want to hear the bit about when you actually met Antonio. That's my favourite bit.
Oh, okay. So after all this talking, we decided that I simply must come here, and I did. And it kind of tied in with the Oxford meetup, which we decided to keep a surprise. 2 reasons. We didn't want to make Flat Earth all about he and I, and it's whatever. And I guess we're talking about it now, but we wanted to keep it chilled. And we wanted to make a surprise that an American was coming to the UK meetup. So the day of, which was the 6th, Antonio picked me up at the airport, which is the Manchester airport, although he lives in the airport. And he picked me up in his beautiful car. It's a Cortina, 1970s Cortina, red with white stripes. If you aren't familiar with a Cortina, you can picture a car like Steve McQueen in Bullet had, but a little bit
smaller.
Yeah, smaller. And he met me at the airport, of course, and I didn't see him. I looked all over. I figured he might be outside, and then from behind me, there he was calling my name, and just instantly amazing from the very first second we saw each other. And he had a big bouquet of flowers, and that's his history.
If anybody wants to see this car, I'm proud of this car because I wanted one of these cars since I was a kid. So I'm going to... Gav, is it okay if I screen share?
where do I send gifts? Keep going.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mike. Yeah, of course you can, man. Go for it.
Okay. Let me see.
Present you now.
Yeah.
Oh, and while you're screen sharing, we stopped at a grocery store to get some food and things for the house, and people at the grocery store were smiling because of the car. Something about this car makes people happy.
So, oh wait, no, that's
Oh yeah. What's
that,
up,
yeah.
dude?
It's
Oh, yeah.
distorted. Sorry, there you go. No, it's not distorted. There you go. 1973.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
awesome,
loud,
man.
Patricia?
Nice.
Is it a loud car?
It's not. I didn't think it's that loud, but Antonio thinks it's really loud.
Yeah.
Is that a slant 6 that's in there?
It's a
slant 6-cylinder slant.
yeah, it's a Sierra Pinto engine, 2 liter.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the
European
original?
cars don't have massive engines.
Oh, it's not the original
No,
engine.
no.
Okay.
UK engines are much smaller than US because the price of fuel over here is so high. Do you know how much we pay for gas in the UK?
How much?
So for 1 liter, $1.10. So
No. We pay more than that, Antonio. We pay $1.75 or something per
also
litre.
one pound 10, which is about $1.70 or so
Per litre.
for 1 liter.
Yeah, I pay $1. Well, I don't, but $1.17 a liter here in Quebec.
A liter.
Yeah, a liter.
Yeah.
Like
How much
almost $5.
What do you guys pay in the US? Ace, you're muted, Ace.
Sorry, I just filled up for $3.09 a gallon.
Yeah.
And it was below $3, and that's 3.8 liters per gallon. So
and don't
less
forget
than $1 a gallon. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's that's not an imperial gallon.
And that's that's the U.S. dollars. Yeah. So you're paying what, over $1 British pound?
No, we're paying about $1.70 a litre. You're paying about 60 cents a litre.
No.
No.
Yeah,
No.
a little more than that.
Yeah.
Even less than that, I think. Wait.
More than that.
$1.70 U.S. dollars? Is that what you're saying?
60 pence. Sorry, 60 pence.
Oh, then yeah, you're paying roughly almost 2 times as much. It's crazy.
Yes. Yes.
You're paying about 60 pence. We're paying about £1.10. So yeah, about twice as much.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, but yeah, the point of this is that Antonio's car's got a 4-cylinder 2-litre engine, which here, especially in the 70s, was considered massive. Whereas out in the States, if it wasn't, 5.2-litre V8, it would be considered.
In the 70s, this was the model that was used by the police for highway speed chasers. So this, yeah. So, but it sounds mean. Like Nathan heard it,
Yeah,
and I don't
sounds cool.
As a petrol head, but it's man, it's just freaking ace.
Look at Patricia's face, rolling her eyes.
I love the car. I do. I like vintage things, cool cars. I mean, I do. Definitely do.
Can I say something?
And a new car.
Yeah.
I mean,
What do you want to say?
I want to wish Victoria a happy birthday.
Oh.
So if everybody can wish her a happy birthday, that would be very nice.
It's not my birthday.
Happy birthday, Victoria.
Victoria.
Yeah, happy birthday, Victoria.
No way.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Victoria. I didn't know.
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah.
Or night.
You're old now.
Old is freaking age.
Hello.
The older I get, the mellower life gets,
People were asking me how old I was, and I'm like, 23. Like, oh, I thought you were like 21 or something. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm 33 years old.
Yeah.
You're the youngest.
Good stuff. Yeah. I feel old. Yeah, for sure. I had to lie and say I was 23 around these people.
That's good. You look young.
Oh well.
That's nothing
Whatever.
bad.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Patricia suffers with the same affliction. It's a terrible thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave her 37 tops. I think she's lying. and she's
Yeah.
a CIA show.
Yeah.
Well, there's a new thing started about me. It's Trump CIA. It said I'm a man. So ask Antonio.
I can say.
Oh man, I could make a wicked trans investigation video. They're easy, right? All you have to do is you have to have the person's face on screen, and then you circle bits of their body with your mouse and say the word trans investigation at least 3 or 4 times. And once you've done that, you can then make another video and refer back to how you've done a thorough trans investigation on that person. So that's all it takes.
Yes. Well, there you go.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
By the way,
So, yeah.
just so everybody knows, and I really hate this about this guy, David Weiss right there, right now, is making a video whilst he's on the He's making a video.
Busted.
Yeah. And it takes me freaking 8 hours to put a video together. And this guy's going to put a big freaking complicated video together whilst he's jumping in, chatting, contributing, and then he'll just go...
You know what, Antonio? It's worse. While he's making a video and contributing to this hangout, he's critiquing me on Skype.
Damn. Actually, I'm busting Antonio's chops behind the scenes, but that's a behind the scenes thing. No.
Oh, nothing.
We're just making fun of you, Antonio.
Oh,
We're secretly trolling you.
Secretly, you're talking behind your back, Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, lovely talking. I'm going to be listening, but I have a couple things I need to do where I need to listen to some stuff. So,
okay.
Thanks for inviting me on.
David, it was great to meet you, man. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, I love meeting new people, and I can never get enough flat talk.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Guys.
Enjoy the editing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's see.
So how did you find it, Martin? I don't think we've asked you yet, because unfortunately on the live bit of that hangout, you were not to be found. So how did you find the whole Oxford meet, Martin?
What?
That's his mother laughing there. Was that your mother laughing?
Just me.
So, okay, so Nathan was asking you, how did you find the Oxford meet?
I found it. I've had a lot of experiences in my life and been to all festivals and every concert you can imagine, and every buzz you can imagine, but not like that, because it was so sweet and so genuine, and everybody felt like me, equal body frequency. The conversations, when you play back the video, the conversations just bouncing back and forth. It's a crescendo of noise, and it was just the melding pot of thinking that I loved. It was just that place in particular. Something about thinking. You can see where people are inspired by the place. You really can. And yeah, it was a special.
Did you have a conversation with Did you have a conversation with a Jesuit?
Yeah. Well, I tried searching him out. He walked a bit funny. I thought he walks like a Jesuit, so I'm going to get him. So when I said the words flat Earth, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and he said, "What did you say? Play it back. Have a look." I was like, right. It really struck a chord with him, and I said, "Well, in Genesis it states that there's a firmament, and basically the establishment are lying to us." He said, "Well, I'll agree with you on the first bit, but not the second bit." So he's saying basically there's space, but there's a firmament. So how that works, I don't know. But the last words he said to me were, "God save the Queen." To me, that's him just basically telling me his allegiance. He's just telling me he knows what's going on, but he's not at liberty to say because they're his benefactors. But when I watched it back, he walks through an arched door, and when you look at it, it's representative of the dome. Take a look.
What about other conversations you had actually at the picnic there, Martin? Did you have any cool chit-chats
So
while
many.
you were...
Well, I'm a mixer, as you know, and I like to mingle. I can't sit in one place because you just get one conversation. I like to get bits of every, but I never spoke to everyone. There's a few people I didn't actually sit and talk to. And, I had a hug and a kiss off every one of them, which is cool. But yeah, one guy, Stefan, with his experience. Obviously, Robert. When Robert was the third person I met, and he came up to me, he's like, "I'm Robert." It's like, You're Robert, right? And interconnection, and then he just came out with Antarctica. And then he Googles his name, shows me it, and his name comes up with ATS, Antarctica Treaty System, like the British one. I'm like, wow.
This is Robert Shortman.
Yeah. And then he just tells me, and I'm like, well, just keep it amongst us little gang for now, because bang, people are gonna really want to know about this. What he told me in just 5 minutes left my jaw on the floor.
Well, you and Patricia and Antonio did a little interview with him, did you not?
Yes. Well, you filmed it, Nathan.
Well, I'm not trying to get plugs. I'm trying to lead you.
Yes. We had an interview, and it was a very good interview. I thought the question was brilliant, but what he covered in such a short space of time is quite enthralling. Anybody who watches that is going to be hanging on his every word. Really, it's very, very good. It's something substantial, something solid that we can go on. That everything is not true of what they're representing with Antarctica. The way he represents it into the 4 cake segments, and the way the different countries own the 4 different countries have different territories, and not one can interact with the other. And the whole thing was uneasy, and it didn't ring true with him at all. The way they keep you from certain perimeters, you can't get near not the ice wall, the ice perimeter, the ice shelf, the Ross Ice Shelf. Everything that he said, alarm bells were ringing with him.
What about you, Antonio? Did you have any interesting conversations with people while you were there?
I wish. Let me answer that by asking you this. No, sorry, I was just going to play a joke. Okay. What I found was that there were a lot more people there that I wish I'd had time to actually sit down, get to know, speak with, find their channel names, take details. Next time we do one of these things, I'm taking a freaking pad so people can jot down old-fashioned their email address, their channel names, everything, because I just didn't get enough time to speak with everyone. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but I didn't.
We said afterwards, didn't we? It was like all good things. You want more afterwards. You just want more. And after it was finished, it was kind of, the day could have gone on forever. Is Patricia still next to you?
No, she's just in the kitchen making a cup of tea.
I didn't want it to end. I just wanted to
when
go
she gets
on
back,
and
I'll quiz her on what who she chatted to and stuff.
Yeah.
What did you think with because you were sort of the main person along with Patricia that was quizzing him. But yeah, with Robert Shortman, what did you think about the stuff he said? I know Patricia's going to publish that when she gets back to the States.
What did I think?
Well, you were asking him a lot of questions. Yes. Again, I'm just trying to lead you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to give too much away. This is what I found. The guy's really intelligent, and he's very good at telling a story, at explaining events. He's really good. He makes it clear. It's entertaining. It's not like. It's one of these guys that's really interesting to listen to, and he's got some freaking fascinating stories with photographs. Like talking about a crevasse and going abseiling down a crevasse. Here's a photograph of me abseiling down the crevasse. Just the stuff that he told us, it's just it's mind blowing because it hits a chord with me that even though we know that they've been lying to us. We know they've lied to us all over the place. We've heard about the Antarctic Treaty, and somehow we don't figure out that they're lying to us with the Antarctic Treaty. It's like those freaking globalist hooks are still there in our minds because we believed it. We think, oh, you're not allowed past the 65th degree. You're not allowed past this. You're not allowed to stockpile fuel. You're not allowed to do all these things. And we believe that, and it's all bullshit.
Nice.
And here's somebody who knows it. It isn't guessing, isn't telling a story that somebody else told him. This is a guy who was there for more than a year, for longer than a year. So
he may know more than he actually knows, Antonio. He may know something significant that's in his psyche that he may not have recognised. I bet you that he may know something that he might not know.
Yes, we discussed.
Before we steal all of his thunder, because I'm itching to repeat all of the stuff he's told us today. But he's going to be on Mechanics of the Fourth Wall on Tuesday. at about 10 p.m. GMT. Plug. Patricia, as you're back, how did you get on with chit-chatting with people? Did you chat to anyone interesting?
I talked to many people. I wouldn't say everyone, because after I watched your video that you put out, the longer one, I realized there were a few people as you were panning your camera around that I didn't even see, or
we didn't get to greet.
Yeah.
You know, I managed to, sorry to take over, I managed to shake hands and say, you know, lovely to see you, you know, thanks for coming, to people that I'd not had a chance to actually sit and chat with, and I would have loved to. I would have loved to spend some time with each, you know, dedicated to them. But, you know, it's just not enough time.
A good idea for a future one would be, and I know it takes away the organic feel, but to have somebody taking down everybody's name and like what their channel is or what city they're from if they don't have a channel. And I know it sounds horrible, but go with me on this. Just like a sticker on their shirt that says, you know, Nathan Oakley, you know, channel. And the only reason is because people didn't know that we were all the flat earthers. I know you don't like that, but and I know that I've heard that people in the UK hate name tags. I hate name tags too. But when I had my Houston mixer, it really helped people mix. Oh, like, oh, you're so and so, especially new people who are being brought by friends to go to this thing. People felt uncomfortable. Some people
approaching
and
us.
If you know. I got an email from people who were uncomfortable approaching, and they didn't even gather with the group. They sort of stayed on the sidelines, and I think all of us didn't know they were flat earthers. That they were just sort of people that were close to us, sitting outside.
Oh, and another thing, there was at least one person, because we didn't meet everybody. We don't know if there were others like this, but there was a woman there who doesn't make comments, who doesn't make videos, but she's been watching all the flat Earth stuff. Okay. So when we've been trying to gauge how many flat earthers there might be in the West, given how many comments are made and how many videos are produced, we have no idea how many people are watching who don't have a YouTube account, who just watch as a completely anonymous entity, but who are a human being. They're a human being.
That's the one.
She was so gorgeous.
She was
just
lovely.
Instant connection with her. She was really like the woman.
Yeah.
The vegan lady. Did you met her, Patricia? I think you got on well with her.
Yeah, she's a Facebook friend of mine, and
cool. She was really cool.
Yeah. You know, and you know the thing is, even though she hadn't made any videos or anything, the feeling, like when you meet another flat earther, like when I met you, Martin, like when I met Nora, it's like meeting somebody that you were at school with, somebody that you're already familiar with. You know, it's really kind of weird. So meeting her, Rowena, it was like that. It's like meeting somebody that you already know. It's
it definitely was. There was a little moment that we caught, actually, Patricia and I, and it was just at the beginning of the little live hangout we did that was only about 7 minutes long. And I go and say, oh, I've got a surprise, Patricia's here. And she does a little hip bump and sort of bumps me. And it's just sort of that familiarity, sort of, it's almost like we've already met. It's not surprising that we've got a certain amount of chemistry. You know, it's just a nice little moment. And there was lots of people who said this in the comment. It was really nice. It humanized you. It made you seem really normal. And although you can't get the inclination from a message, you got definite impressions that people were saying this event humanized all who participated in it.
Yeah, I had it constantly. People say you know you're real. Of course I'm real. You're really just the same as you are in the videos. Yes, of course I am. You know, it's like I was fascinated. People wanted my autograph. That I never expected.
I know.
I thought this book. Would you know? I'd be honoured if you signed it. What? You know, people walking up to me and saying, "Know everything about my life," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be. Who are you?" And they're like, "Well, I've been following you from the beginning." I'm like blown away. This happened over and over again. It's so sweet.
But I hate to deflate that.
Oh, sorry, Nathan.
I was just going to say, I hate to deflate that, but on a Skype call earlier, Antonio summed something up really beautifully, which was talking about sort of anti-celebrity. Again, I don't want to steal your thunder, Antonio, but
go.
Well, you were saying that you know the way to deflate celebrities to make normal Joes like you and I and everybody else who's on this panel have an element of public persona, and that if everybody, JLB actually said this. He said in one of GD Skeptic's videos, and I went off the handle and got all sweary with him, as I do, because I was annoyed. But besides the point, he said that, you know, some of the people who were at the hangout were special, in quotes. And I said, well, that's one way of looking at it. You could look at it that everybody's special, which is another way of saying nobody's special. And by saying everybody's got the ability to have a YouTube channel, everybody who makes comments can immediately put a video up today. Well, that, if everybody did it, you deflate this sense of celebrity, this sense of the people who are on TV, and I'll tie this back to the point. When people see you as this celebrity, it's because in a very literal sense, we are, right now, on a TV screen somewhere. So we are on TV.
We're even, Patricia Stay and the mechanics of the fourth wall, like, so Nathan and I, we're on IMDb. You know, the International Movie Star Database, or whatever it's called, the International Movie Database. Okay?
IMDb.
None of us have put anything on. So who knows who's done this?
And the Postal Service highlighted this to David Weiss. He said, how come all of these flat earthers who have their names out in the public domain are on this IMDb database? And he said this, and I was like, I'm not on that data. And then Antonio drops me a message. Oh, by the way, did you know you're on the IMDb database? I was like, no.
Every one of those shows I've done is on there, and it says host and then co-stars and then whoever I interviewed, like co-star Martin Leakey. You know what I mean?
So
like,
Ace McLeod is there now typing Ace McLeod in IMDb.
And potentially he's there
What
too.
about it?
Make a video. It's possible. And I don't know if it's a bot that puts those there. I don't know what the purpose is.
Yeah,
but it's there.
As host, the classification, host, series. You know, television. Well, not television, but series.
No, it was. It was television series, Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes.
Yeah,
television series, Mechanics of the Fourth Wall. And like you said, all of the people who've ever been on Patricia's show, well, not all of them, but a lot, are all listed with their own individual like little accounts, me being one of them, and as a consequence, to be linked to Patricia's show and Mechanics show, I've got to have some sort of profile, so it's just my name and sod all else. And same with a whole bunch of other people.
Yeah, and we can't put our own pictures on there or anything. It's just our name. It's weird.
So who knows what behind the scenes, whether it's you know, my head's just like blah. Who's doing this? Who's putting this stuff on the IMDb?
It's
I don't know, and
YouTube,
I don't.
You know?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not important, but it means that it's working. Because before I made any videos, before I thought, okay, I'm going to put my face, I was making comments, you know, in support of flat earthers. I was asking questions. I was beating back freaking trolls. It's just somebody making comments, and I thought, you know what, fuck this, I'm making a video. It was after watching one of GeoShifter's videos, I thought, I'm going to have a go. I'm going to try to do this. So beforehand, I thought, I don't like the whole celebrity thing. I would hate to be freaking famous. That would freak me out. It would be horrible. But I see that there's a problem in society right now with the whole idea of celebrity. It's just way too much. They're used to mold the minds of young people, you know. Just this is a coercive thing. And I thought, you know what, if by joining it, I can start a domino effect where lots of other people join too. You know, maybe through the collective unconscious, other people joining too. Basically, we're all sharing the stage, and eventually the people like the Kardashians and these people, they'll be just one in millions and millions. So the whole celebrity status is gone, and I think that's ideal. We don't celebrities, leaders, people that others admire rather than appreciate. All of that should go, and this is what I thought. This is when I came into the Flat Earth as a video producer. That was part of what I'd been sitting and contemplating, thinking, okay, I can do with people asking me for autographs for a brief period until those same people are themselves producing their own material and seeing how, as flattering as it is to be asked, you know, for an autograph, that you know, they're just as freaking important. Everybody's
Exactly.
just as important, you know?
Everybody's special, and that's the way to look at it. You know, it's not to say that everybody's special, therefore no one's special. Flat Earth for me is, yeah, as you put it, some people get that the Earth is flat from that, but the way you can start to investigate, it's the regression to the toddler state of asking questions and investigating and having a little look and a little investigation yourself. That's what it's all about, and you get that from Flat Earth. You get that from self-realization. But some people don't necessarily get this. Like you say, it brings us back to possibly people like Flat Earth Vancouver, BC. I don't know enough about Flat Earth Hub, but they are part of this expansion. They are part of, you know, you said about sharing the stage. And rather than pointing their fingers at the Kardashians going, look at this poison that people are addicted to, you know, turn off your TV sets. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to anybody. It's back to Life of Brian. You know, the sheeple that want to be spoon-fed are going to stand there and say that we're all individuals in unison until one guy points out how farcical that is by saying, I'm not an individual. But he's the only one in the crowd doing it. You know, it's farcical, but to wrap your head around that is difficult for some people. And to
all we need is we don't need celebrities or leaders or anything. All we need is an example. That's it. It's just examples that we're giving out to people. You know, follow your own path, and you know. Sorry, Martin?
My wife made a great comment at the Oxford meet as everyone walked in the wrong direction. She said, yeah, Flat Earth's got no leaders. They all wander the wrong way.
Well, this is
examples.
This is one of the best things about it. When an organization has a leader, it can be led clean off a cliff, you know. So when there's no leaders, that's it. It's unstoppable. When there's a leadership, then there's a direction, and when there's a direction, that's where blockades can be put in and pitfalls. And when there's no leadership, there isn't an actual direction, so there's no obstacles that can be placed. It's freaking
so you just bring the truth and become not a leader or a celebrity, but use your popularity to a sense, you know what I mean? But you use it to actually bring your truth out. Like, you're actually an example. That's all you are, really. And if you take it that way, it's a lot easier to communicate, you know what I mean? It's like your shyness kind of goes away when it comes to that, because you're just speaking truth, really, basically. And you're just like showing the person, look, this is what I'm doing. Try to do the same, you know? It's hard at first. I'll admit it. Aaron, I'm super shy. I can't even believe I'm here right now. But
you summed it up earlier, though, mate. You said it perfectly when you said you've got to make people think it's their own idea.
Yeah, you're just an example. And plus, everybody's not the same. We're going to have dislikes and likes. They're totally different. But if you can bring a little bit of, I identify with that, well, let's follow that example, and along with that one and that one and that one, hey, let's move forward that way. Like, take, even out of, say, negative people, I've gotten a lot of really good information off the opposition, you could say, which I don't believe is opposition at all, you know? I say we're going to need those people later on. So I don't want no enemies, you know?
Even the people, when I first came to this, that I considered to be shills, I thought they were like NASA shills. Now, whether or not they are, I don't know. But it was great getting all the information about how the lie worked at NASA, because they had great details, and they'd tell you all about them. Yeah, you had to tune out the you're an idiot, and, you know, if you prove gravity by jumping off a cliff and all that stuff. You tune all that out and sort of quiz them on how NASA works. And they'd tell you. They'd give you the bullshit in spades. They'd tell you all about it, and you just soak it all up. And you don't have to pick apart and convince them about their bullshit. Just listen to the bullshit. Listen to all this nonsense and how it works. Wonderful. Thanks. Keep telling me. Wonderful information.
Cheers. All of it.
Crow.
What are you giggling at, Martin?
No, I'm just giggling. I'm just really happy. That's all.
That's good.
So, Crow.
Yes.
What are you producing next?
Well, I just got a song out today with Ace.
Oh.
Ace and Liney and Yvette. We did a song together. It's pretty cool. I did it kind of like a Western theme where we're running away. We're outlaws against the trolls. So, you know, it's pretty good.
it up on your channel, or are you still working on it?
No, it's already up. I got another one. I'm doing a Justin Timberlake. You know that song, "What Goes Around Goes Around"?
Yeah.
Okay. I seen the chorus as "The Earth isn't going around," and you know, so it's gonna be kind of cool. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Cool. So, dude, when you
I'll check
finish
that
a
out.
video, whenever you upload a video, because for some reason I'm not getting updates from all the channels where I've said pass me every update, you know, on YouTube. So just pass me a link on Facebook. Sorry,
Skype?
on Skype. Yeah,
Yeah.
pass me a link.
Yeah, I never know it. You know, I don't like to share my stuff. I don't. You know, I don't even ask people for subbing or anything. You know, I just like.
But we want to share your stuff.
Yeah,
And
but-
sometimes it gets lost because you don't get a notification because of YouTube.
Yeah, so just pass it with, you know, dude. That's what I'm doing. When I'm making a video, I'm passing it to everyone. You know, and it just.
Hey, Crow, are you familiar with the story of Cat Stevens and how he became devout Muslim? Yeah.
No, I remember him becoming a Muslim.
Well, he used to be like heavy into drugs at the beginning of his career before he actually started making all those folk songs and everything. And he used to be like aiming for the popularity. And then when he had his near-death experience, and he came up with all these other songs like spiritual songs. And after a point, he said he wanted to quit the whole business. He went over into the Islamic faith, and he wanted to quit the whole singing part of it. And he was like, I don't want to share my stuff anymore. I just want to keep it for me and stuff like that. But there's one, I think the rabbis, I'm not sure. He said, look, no, your message is good. Your music is the vibration. You gotta let it out. Don't keep it for yourself. Let it out there. Don't think it like a trophy. It's not a trophy. It's not an ego thing.
I'm very self-conscious, so you know, I don't know.
Don't be.
It's weird. I mean, I put my heart out there, but I'm still like, I don't know. I don't want to burden people with my.
Oh no, it's the opposite. You made me cry. You made me cry the other day, Crow. When I listened to that song the other day, you made me cry, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so Crow,
Yeah.
would you prefer to be less self-conscious?
What do you mean, like on camera or?
No. You said that you're self-conscious and
Yeah.
that you don't want to burden people. These are the words that you just said. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you a simple question, a genuine, sincere question. Would you like to be less self-conscious? And I'm asking because there's safety in being self-conscious. You can contemplate the world from your perspective without, with a buffer. Okay, so I know that there's creativity there, but I don't think that that's something that's lost if you become less self-conscious. You'll always know how to gather that contemplation space. But do you think that you would enjoy life more if you were less self-conscious?
It's hard to say because I always keep to myself anyway. Like this, this is kind of new to me, just being out, being very social, and I keep to myself, and that's why I probably am more self-aware of what I think and feel. It's like I'm not influenced by other people. I'm just more like always thinking, so I can't help but think. Eating breakfast, I'm thinking, Yeah.
Well, that's always going to be the case.
Yeah.
But...
So I don't know. I guess I shouldn't get it twisted because I know I want people to hear my stuff, but also fear the backlash of like my last song, oh no, I can't believe I did that. But I remember being on Patricia's show and said, this channel is about me. So if I take one song and not put it up there, then I'm not being true to my channel because it was always about me. It wasn't about who was following me or who's listening. So yeah, so I just put it out there and I'm glad people liked it.
So what I'm thinking is if it would give you more freedom to be less self-conscious, then and you want to see what it's, if you want to try, pass your stuff to everybody on your Skype list, okay? And everybody will pass it on to everybody else. So that's stage number one. And stage number two, it will stop you from thinking that what you're doing and asking people to view it or allowing people to view it will somehow be a burden, because the regression with that thought is that somebody might come across your video, maybe by accident, start watching it, and will be burdened by it. And that's
Exactly.
not it. You know, nobody's going to be burdened.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm you know, like, oh man, don't feel obligated that you got to pass it on. You know, I don't know. It's just weird.
You gotta be joking, haven't you, Crow?
Yeah,
She should not even know you. You know, every single track, I just share it straight away, instantly. I just know that it's going to be good.
So
you just don't get it, Crow. You know, I know you understand you're self-conscious with your background and everything, but you're shining. You don't give your trust easy, and you've given it to us, man. And you know, and I know for a fact that you know, the way you feel is genuine, because you don't give your trust out easy, but you gave it to us. And that means a lot to me, brother.
Yeah, I'm like just being on like eight people or 7 people on here. You know, I'm still kind of like I'm good on one-on-one. I'm pretty good at one-on-one. So I'm
Yeah, we
kinda
gotta talk soon, bro. We gotta talk
Yeah,
soon.
I'm like really shaking. You don't even know.
Yeah, but dude, you're doing like, we're all human.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know. It's not. It's like even my family members. I don't want to. You know, I haven't seen in a while. I'm like, you know, still like leery and shy and whatever.
Hey, bro, my father, if he's in the living room, I cannot play guitar.
Yeah.
I'm too shy. It's crazy. It's nuts. I have to be totally alone in here, otherwise I cannot press that record button.
I've got my ukulele here. Okay. Patricia said, "Oh, when are you going to be playing this?" And I went, And she said, "I hope soon." And I'm thinking, no, not soon. You know. So yeah,
wicked.
You know what I mean?
You gonna serenade her?
No.
Yes.
No.
That's what she wants. She
Put
wants
it,
that.
Put it like this: I would rather do a dance for her. How embarrassing is that? Than
Oh,
play
man.
the or the guitar to her.
George Formby.
I'd rather play the guitar. Dance?
Like that. But no, it's just so. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's nah. It's not gonna happen. Not yet, anyway. So yeah, you know, we all have something about us that we're really protective about. Yes, and I will not be pressured into playing the ukulele. No, it's just
spontaneity, and spontaneity when the moment is there.
Antonio, have you ever thought about playing the ukulele on your channel, or have you?
Yes, I will be doing. I've got a couple of things in mind. A couple of things that are a little bit like of a spin-off. You know, a little bit of a break from Flat Earth stuff. But
do some Tiny Tim.
Mind, you know.
Do some Tiny Tim. Remember Tiny Tim?
No.
No, Tiny Tim with ukulele.
Oh yes, of course I do. Yeah. No. If I play the ukulele, that's a separate thing altogether. But I do have something in mind for my channel, for YouTube, that I hope it will go down well. You'll see it when I do it. I won't say anything else.
Intriguing.
Yes, I've not even told Nathan.
Exciting.
Yeah. Sibs, is that it? Sibs? Or
You can call me Stefan.
Okay, Stefan. Yeah, that song that earlier Gab put on the link was amazing. Like I already want to put lyrics to it. You know, that's how good it is. It's very good.
I want you to. I actually want you to. That's what all my music's there for. I want people to contribute to it.
Yeah, it's very awesome. Very awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love the Little Red Fire Girl. I thought that was amazing.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
You post me a sample then, can you, Sid? Or just a little...
Can you do that quickly? Let me see, me. Because if I open another browser, my internet...
Not now. Your own time, brother.
Okay. I'll do that.
Oh, Knight of the Round Fable is with us.
How you doing, Alan?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, dude, I saw your rap that you did. Man, that was freaking neat. And then I watched the bloopers.
Yeah,
you know?
that was good.
Bloopers is classic.
I just thought I'd throw them bloopers out there for everybody. Try and make people smile, you know?
Yeah, it worked. It worked.
It's such a serious subject matter I think we need take opportunity to, you know, laugh at ourselves and laugh at whatever we can, really. Hey, Patricia, first time I've actually chatted to you. Hi.
I like the your icon that you have, or your instead of a photo that you have up.
Yeah, but why have you not got your camera on?
Yeah, put your camera on if you can.
It looks very familiar, by the way.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, just 1 second. Okay, let me address the camera issue. My internet really sucks. I can put my camera on, but my voice might start lagging.
Oh well,
we'll see.
Try and see.
Okay, I'll try.
Because you're a good-looking guy, you know, and there'll be women out there that'll be like, "Hello, a hottie."
Go on, Alan. Do it, mate.
Wait a sec. Turn the
Peace,
brightness
dude.
up.
Peace, bro.
This is why Ace hides behind his avatar half the time, you know, so he doesn't get too many women, you know, beating down his door.
He just goes to jail to find the women, as he said earlier in the hangout. Hello.
There you are.
That's the truth.
So yeah, if I could just address that picture. It looks like a spirograph picture, right?
It looks like a spirograph. Boy, that was a fun toy when I was.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, do you know what it actually is? That is the it's the plotted trajectory. It's the plotted trajectory of planets above a stationary Earth. If the Earth was stationary, that's the kind of trajectory pattern we would see from the planets in the sky if we drew them out. Venus is absolutely beautiful. It gives like I think it's a 5-petaled star.
Like that, you mean?
You need to, Martin, whilst you're showing, you need to speak so the camera stays on you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's when it was given to me by Richard, and that's the 5 with the Taurus with the 5. So, is that Venus?
It could be. It could have all been coloured in. Yeah, it looks really cool.
It is very cool.
So,
Oh, I was going to say, could it not be a bit more like Saturn because of the hexagonal shape that's on the top of it?
has everybody seen last week on GLOBEBUSTERS at the start? They had a channel called Steve, and he's basically plotted the movement of the stars over a whole year over the flat Earth. So what you're saying is that the patterns that they make, that's the diagram that you're displaying as your avatar. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got a similar one for my YouTube channel. That's actually, I think I'm not sure what planet it is actually. What it is I stumbled across them, and I didn't even know what they called. I only found out from Snack to the Future today that they called Ptolemy.
Yes, Ptolemy, the guy who, the first guy who deviated from the true flat to the geocentric with a model. So Ptolemy had the Earth as a ball with the sun and the moon on the outside on a shell. I think there were 7 different layers of shells, transparent shells, each with a series of stars. And these were represented as the 7 layers of heaven, or the seven heavens. So that was Ptolemy, spelt with a P for some reason at the start.
Did you look into the Great Conjunction? Because Chris D was sending me a bit of a YouTube video, but I got caught up in so many different Skype conversations that I didn't get to the end of it. But I got the general gist of what it was saying. It was the occultation of Saturn by Jupiter. Did you know much about this? I didn't get to ask you, Antonio.
Say again, sorry.
It's called the Great Conjunction. I only found this information out literally about it's probably about 5 hours ago now, but from Chris. So in our group conversation between you, me, and Chris D, he was talking about this thing called the Great Conjunction, the occultation of Saturn by Jupiter.
Yeah.
And he was saying that from what I watched on the video, it said that the same event happened, according to them, back when Jesus was born. That star that they apparently followed, you know, the 3 wise men and all that, was the same event. There was various other events. Like I say, I didn't get all the way through the video. That's why I'm kind of asking you, because I've got only vague, sketchy stuff, and literally only found out this from Chris, or Take Back Space YouTube channel, about 5 hours ago on that group conversation that you, me, and he had.
Yeah. It's to do with the astrology. Well, with the same mechanisms that astrology is considered to function through. So constellations having main astral bodies having effects on the spirits that are born. I can't go into it too much because I don't have the terminology. But it's
no. I mean, I said to Chris, I'd love, I hope we do a show with him, maybe next month or something, and talk about these sorts of subjects. I mean, when I said it to him, he was like, "It's all right, we don't have to talk about space and stuff," because again, he's not a flat earther. But this goes back to, is it Sibs was saying?
He'll get there, just like. Sorry, Nathan. He will get there, just like Crow 777.
Well, Craig, I know you handed me that link. Crow's never denied it, really. He has said that sort of stuff in the past.
Yeah, but recently he said the best way to describe it is planet and strike the T. Yes.
But in this, I was just going to say that it's nice in this movement that you can all have different paths that we go on. You don't have to be a flat earther to be on, the same sort of. Chris D has a similar sort of enlightenment. He doesn't necessarily have to follow suit that you find out the Earth is flat to be that enlightened and to be on the same path. Exactly. And it may be that by having his particular belief about the heliocentric model or being on a globe, that he finds a different route to a different truth. And you have to encourage these people and not sort of fight against them. It's only the people who have a very limited knowledge of the heliocentric model and fight you tooth and nail on it. Those are the people that you call globelings now.
Yes. Yeah, but I'm thinking that, maybe we shouldn't be saying this, but sorry. I think Chris D is going to go through the biggest transformation through a transformation bigger than even he could imagine, because he's going to put everything together. He's going to put so many things together, and then one day he'll just realize everything will just go. And it will that will just make the light bulb switch on, and he'll be levitating or some shit.
Well, that may be the case, but I'm glad he's on the path he's on, and I wouldn't pay anything for the woman. I was going to ask, I don't know his name, but Knight of the Round Fable. We haven't chatted much. Where are you at? Where's your path leading you?
Deep down the rabbit hole, friend. I think I've seen all I need to see in regards to proof and evidence and things like that. Now I feel as though I'm on a mission to reach as many people as possible and talk to random strangers, get the word out there, plant the seeds. Actually do something and get out there and be active. And I've found, to be honest, I feel as though I've found my why am I here? That eternal question, why am I here?
A calling.
Yeah, Crow.
The whole combination of your life has come to this point.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I found out. I've got a story about it on my channel, but I started writing, and the inspiration just came out of nowhere. When I was a child, I loved poetry, but I'm talking like from 7 to 11 years old. I loved poetry. In senior school, I just read a bit of poetry. I never actually wrote any. But since the awakening, it's just flowing and flowing and flowing. I'm having ideas walking down the street. I put pen and paper. I can't write fast enough. I'm looking on eBay at the moment to get a dictaphone so that when I'm out and about, I can just hit record with the ideas that I'm having. I had some on the way home today.
You've not got a smartphone?
Yeah, you can record on your phone.
Yeah, I've got a smartphone, right? But here's the thing, right? You've got your phone in your pocket, right? You take it out. You slide to unlock, or you put in your little code or whatever. You go to the recorder function. All this takes time. If I get a dictaphone, I can whip it out, press that big red button, and boom, the idea comes straight from my head into the dictaphone. Any sort of delay interferes with the creative flow, if you know what I mean.
No, I totally get it. Cool.
I can't write fast enough. I can't type fast enough. I actually discovered something the other day. If I stick my camera on my laptop, I can just record little sound bites, little videos, and stick them in a folder called Ideas. And I use my video on my laptop as a dictaphone, but I want one to carry around with me for like when I'm out and about.
Cool, very cool.
Cool.
And yeah, I've been working on a couple of new poems. I'm just gonna record them and put them up, guys, real soon.
You might want to kill your camera. You're starting to break up now. Sorry. Knight of the Round Fable. Pretty though you are, I think we can't hear you anymore. Oh, we may have lost him altogether. Have we still got you?
Here?
Yes, we can hear you now. Now you've killed your camera.
I did warn you.
No, it's really cool stuff. I mean, your story's like in complete opposition to what Crow's just been talking about. That Scarecrow, you know, he was talking about it being sort of very internal, whereas you're saying about, you know, you want to get your message out as much as possible. It's kind of very, very polarized, your two different approaches. Wouldn't you agree, Crow?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I personally have to get it out. Like, it's all about, I'm kind of selfish that way, so no offense to anybody, it's just I have to get it out for me, you know, and that's the power of it. So if somebody had if somebody like me has the courage to, you know, be more bold, I encourage that, because I wish I could be like that, but I just can't. It's just too deep. It's too deep.
I have one word of advice for you, Knight of the Round Fable. Sorry, mate. What's your name?
Alan.
Alan. Okay. If you're walking around with a dictaphone and there's a shill hunter out there, you're going to be called a shill. They'll take a photograph of you. They'll say you're communicating with headquarters. You know, so just bear that in mind.
They can call me whatever they want. I'll still welcome them with open arms when they realise the truth.
You just reminded me of a really funny story. Well, maybe it's funny to me. We'll soon see. But I was walking along the street and I was learning lines for a play I was doing. So I've got my script sort of kind of rolled up in my pocket, and I'm reciting the lines out loud as I'm walking along this street. And as I'm doing this, a car, like a soft-top car, Beamer, screeches to a halt next to me, and this guy gets out and says, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" I went, "What?" He went, "What are you saying? What are you saying? What's your problem?" This guy starts fronting up to me, and I suddenly realise that because I'm talking out loud, he assumes that I'm giving him verbal abuse from the roadside. So he pulls up and starts giving me grief. So I just explained to this guy, and then I'm just learning my lines for this play, like totally harmless.
What lines were you saying?
I don't know. I can't remember the play. You know, all I remember is the guy screeching to a halt and fronting up to me.
Your head behind the dumpster.
No, it wasn't some gangster movie. It's probably some Shakespeare or something. I don't know. You know, certainly wasn't anything that would say to a guy in a car, "Oi, mate, I want to fight with you." But he certainly took it that way. Probably because he's in a soft top and gets people abusing him from the pavement. I thought, I've had enough of this. So on that day, he's pulled over and it's me with a script.
See, he's clearly had a bad day. He's clearly been having a bad
with
day.
your dictaphone, don't be too surprised if somebody assumes you're talking to them.
Yeah, and those headphone Bluetooth things too.
Yeah, I bet you get that a fair bit these days with people with the dongles having a conversation on the phone and somebody walks past. You talking to me?
Yeah.
What do you want?
No. Sometimes you'll see someone walking down the street talking, and just for a second you think, are they talking to themselves? And then you realise they've got an earpiece in, and you know.
I actually use this to my advantage. I don't have a Bluetooth dongle, but do talk to myself.
Yeah, I do. Sometimes I walk around the corner and I've been talking to myself, and there's someone like right on the other side of the corner. They must have heard me, and then they expect to see two people, and there's just me there.
Yeah. I pretend rouse while I'm doing my rounds at work in my van. I'll like because it's hot at the moment. I've got all the windows down. There's no air conditioning. I'll be rowing my way through some comment feed that I've got that I haven't been able to finish because I'm at work. And I'm shouting this stuff in my head, so I'm having a row, a metaphorical row that's never going to happen. And then you'll look out and there's somebody on the roadside listening to you, having this conversation with yourself like you're barking mad, because you are. Everybody's muted themselves.
No, I'm not muted.
Nah, nobody wants to chat.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to send a link to Ugdina Walker. Because every time she comes on, she just blows my mind. Like the 7 directions, like we Westerners have 4 directions, left, right, forwards, and backwards. The Native Americans have 7. The same 4, up, down, and inside.
Yeah.
Like, wow, okay. Whew. So I'm trying to bring her in.
And I'm looking at chat, so I should probably talk and cover for him.
Okay, then I'll go. Here's a
Go
question.
get Antonio's ukulele, and wouldn't it be great if I could just play really crazily good and just pick it up as well?
That would be good.
I can't, but that would be really cool in an alternative world.
Yeah.
You're right there, Ace. You're looking a bit too laid back for your own good.
Isn't that the Ace McCloud way, though?
No.
Tripping again, Ace, isn't it?
What does that even mean, too laid back? I don't get it.
No, there isn't. It's one of those words that doesn't have a meaning. Like, too clever for your own good.
Hang upside down in my garage if you want me to.
I want some of those.
I would love
Have
to
you
try
got
gravity
some?
boots.
Yeah, I have a, what do they call it? Oh my god, a rectilineator? What do they call those machines where you hang upside down, though? I already forgot, and I have one.
Those tables. Those tables.
Inversion table, maybe?
Yeah, inversion, there you go, yeah. Rectilineator, inversion.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It helps you look at the world from a different.
Right?
Huh?
Oh, at least
Like
mine
you
works.
brought it up, as you've said about the rectilineator.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, Brian Mullen brought it up again in his most recent video. So he did a fantastic video on perspective, and I don't know if Antonio's seen it or not. I said this to him on a Skype call earlier. I'd love you to get in touch with Brian Mullen off the back of that, because only a few short days ago you were talking about, oh well, you know, I'd like to put maybe a video together from an artist's perspective.
Wait a minute. You were saying that. You were saying.
Well, it's always good to make people think these are their ideas.
Yeah. No. It's all your idea. Yeah. But I'll contact him. I'll watch the video. I love Brian Mullen. I think that guy is just such a nice guy. So yeah. I will definitely. I'll talk to him. We'll have him on the mechanics of the 4th floor.
Well, what was it like, Patricia? You interviewed him.
Say that again.
What's Brian Mullen like?
Oh, gentlemanly, kind, sincere, intelligent, normal. Just a tremendous guy.
Yeah, just like he seems.
Yeah,
Exactly how he appears in his videos.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't it
Alan?
his thing? I know we've probably talked about this before, but you know, his romantic on the hill talking about his woman, wasn't that the most beautiful thing ever?
It was beautiful, and it captured a moment in Flat Earth. I mean, maybe for those who are of the romantic sort, just made it seem like anything was possible when it comes to love.
Let me just.
It's almost bringing a tear to my eye just thinking about it. It was such a heart-wrenching thing.
Let me just say something to everybody there. Nathan wrote to me and Patricia through Skype. It was so lovely to meet you, because we hadn't met until yesterday. It was so lovely to meet you. And Patricia, you are one of those people. Your beauty goes from skin to heart, and that is just such a brilliant way of putting it. And this is Mr. Nathan Oakley here.
Yeah, that was so wonderful, Nathan. I didn't thank you for writing that. How can you thank someone?
Send it to you, Patricia. How have you been reading my messages?
Yeah, somebody whose beauty goes from skin to heart. It's like, wow, what a line. Anyway, we have Ugdina Walker.
Woohoo!
You're muted, by the way, Ugdina.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yes, here you are.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Crow. Caw, caw, caw.
I was prepared.
No, my parrot she moved on.
Oh.
Oh. Well.
Brilliant.
No, I said I was prepared.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get shy in this stuff too, you know.
Ah, come on. We're all just humans.
Can you, Ukdina, if you can turn your camera off, because we've just got a blank at the moment, whereas we'll get your avatar if you turn your camera off.
Where is it? Oh.
Yeah.
At the top, next to where you mute. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
You're a Native American, aren't you, Ukdina?
Yeah, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wondered if there was parts of your beliefs that's led you to Flat Earth.
No, it was Mark Sargent.
What we were saying at the start of the hangout about people in China.
I heard that, and yeah, a lot of the older elders in many cultures, indigenous cultures, talk about living on a plane.
Yeah, well, there's a guy in chat called Gandhi, whose mother. Yeah, when he spoke to his mother, she's like, well, he said that she knew all about it. So, and she was in Hong Kong, grew up in a fishing village. So, yeah, it looks like we are the last to know.
Well, remember Nick from Thailand? Phuket,
Yes, Phuket Word.
Yeah, Phuket. His when this all started, he came on around about the same time I did, and he had said something to his wife, who is Thai, and she just kind of laughed and said, "Yeah, we know that."
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's a good connection because it seems, well, certainly when I look at my stats, it's all the people in the Western world that watch my videos, and from speaking to other YouTubers, it seems the same. It's all the same countries and connections, and with the exception of the people who go to great efforts to actually put subtitles onto their videos, it would seem that we're all connected in the same way. So the Western world, if you want to look at it that way, has found out last about Flat Earth. All the rest of them are kind of going, yeah. It's a bit like David Weiss when he walks down the streets of London with the Earth is flat on his T-shirt, and somebody gives him a really strange look, and he kind of goes, yeah, where have you been? And that's the rest of the world looking at us.
That's the streets of New York, by the way, not the streets of London.
Did I say London?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right.
I meant New York.
Yeah. By the way, just for anybody out there, I had a couple of smokes on Nathan's cigarette yesterday, and I think I'm not sure, but I think that I forgot how my legs work. So just so anybody knows. Really, I'm not kidding. I was like, oh damn it, I don't know if I know how to work.
Yeah, we've got Martin to thank for that.
Sorry. I thought that'd bring me entertainment.
So that was yours?
Yeah, it was all mine.
Oh man, yeah, too heavy for me. It was like,
oh man, I missed out.
Yeah. Martin, when's the
Because
next
you
show?
Good stuff, then. What?
When's the next show, Martin?
Listen, Hangouts, this is just not a one-off, brother. This is just a taste of things to come. This is getting everyone excited. Everyone is going to want to have meets now. You watch. This is just a taster. We're going to fill fields. We're going to have a big stage with Flat Earth music, with you rapping. You know that, do you?
Yeah, we're going to have a Flat Earth concert.
Envision it. Build it, and they will come.
You're not wrong, Martin. You realise by saying these things, you may manifest these things.
I'm doing it on purpose, Nathan, to manifest it, of course.
Ace will sing too.
No, I'm gonna work security, man.
Nah. No, you're not gonna let me know.
I'll arm the machine guns.
You're going to arm the people as they go in, so you're going to work security and give them guns on the way in.
Evil people would be like that coming in. What's all this love? You would be able to cope.
It will be that way. It will.
Guys, somebody needs to figure out how to put music on the background, you know, of these things, so it's more like a party.
That's a good idea. Well, you've got the ukulele over there.
That's something
Yeah.
quite nice about Chris's channel, actually. I know I've mentioned him loads of times. It's because we've been chatting with him earlier. But he does put his music on, doesn't he, as he's doing stargazing, and I really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, actually, if you want, just grab all the Flat Earth music that's not copyrighted and just, like, stick it in the background, like, really low, like YouTube, and, yeah, you can actually talk way right over it.
Free music, a lot. All his homemade stuff. He said for use it for your videos if you're getting copyright. It's really good stuff too. Some rock and all sorts of stuff.
Stuck on a ball earth with you.
Played that this morning.
I love the songs that Crow put out.
I mean,
The recent ones that you put out, Crow, that where you got people to contribute.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks in making.
Yeah, really great and really good for the flat Earth. I'll just say community for lack of a better term. Good for the flat Earthers.
I'd really like also Alan to say a couple of poems, read a couple poems for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. I've got one that I just finished like a couple of hours ago when I was watching the GLOBEBUSTERS show. I'll read you the first half of it, and then it won't, spoil the surprise for when I upload the video.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll read the first half of it if you like right now.
Yeah.
Martin and Antonio and Nathan and anybody else that's in the UK will vouch for me. We've been having some rain lately, right? Have you guys seen any of that?
Yeah.
Yes, and
not that I noticed.
So it was absolutely pouring it down the other day, and it inspired me to start writing this poem. So, and like I said, I just start off with this first line, and then it just seems to just flow like magic. It's unbelievable.
Oh, the ether.
I know what you mean, bro. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Exactly. So here we go.
Oh, feedback.
Can you mute Gav?
He turned it up so he can hear me, right?
Okay.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it's not better.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, here we go, guys. It's raining, it's pouring, the sheeple are snoring, their arguments are boring. Are they frightened of exploring? They ask us silly questions like, why would they lie? Are you really trying to tell me there's no satellites in the sky? Maybe you should try opening at least one eye and get some of your own answers to the big question, why? Sometimes I'm sick of trying to the point of almost crying, but my love for them is undying, even if they're just lying. But I find it mystifying with all their falsifying and falsely applying their lying is terrifying. Are they aware of government spying and pineal calcifying and water purifying? Engage your brains before replying. I'm going to save the rest.
Whoa.
So good.
Yeah, excellent.
So good. So true too.
Yeah.
Thanks.
When are you going to have the rest done or out?
Oh, that was beautiful,
The
bro.
rest is done. I'm looking at it right now. It's written on paper. I just need to record it, and then I will up it tomorrow, I promise.
Will there be a bloopers reel for that one too?
We'll have to see if I can do it in one take.
Take
or not.
20.
Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful, bro.
Yeah, bravo.
Thank you very much. I've
Well,
got
we were
another.
words on it.
I've got another small one I can read to you.
Yes.
Brilliant. They will all mute again.
Who?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is another one. It's called Yesterday. You know, every single day, in the words that I say, and the games that I play, I just can't seem to get away. Now I know that we all pray, in the midst of our dismay, whether it's to avoid the doomsday, or just to quicken our payday. But are we going the right way? Buy things for Valentine's Day, a new liquid crystal display, then you can throw it all away next Boxing Day. And do it all again. And every now and then, you can get the next gen. Tune into CNN and watch the weatherman. Repeat this time and again. It's like an opium den. They don't want you to know what happened to the kids in Tiananmen. Pay your bills to power gen and rich businessmen. There are chemtrails in the skies. Wipe the tears from my eyes while I try to expose lies, and the comments some leave make me exhale sighs. Do they really care then? Is it okay for them to put down the ballpoint pen and watch the news at 10 and listen to evil men? Will they hear what we say? Will we meet them one day when people travel from miles away to listen to the ones they laughed at yesterday?
Oh, that's
Wow.
beautiful, man. It's like a flowing river of beauty of words, man.
I like it when you get goosebumps. That's brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I got goosebumps reading it to you. I really did.
I love it.
Ooh,
Excellent.
I'm gonna take that and put it to music, my friend.
Do what you will with it, my friend. Just send me the link so I can enjoy it too.
Oh yeah, you
Have you got
guaranteed.
more? I want more. I think you should make a freaking an hour-long freaking series.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, it does. It takes time. It takes time. But I mean, how long have I been on YouTube, guys? Like what? Just over a week?
Yeah, not very long, man.
And we've
How
got
many subscribers have you got now? Because you had about 3 when you were on the last hangout.
over 100. I beat over 100 now.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Well done.
And a lot of that is thanks to you guys. I mean, I jumped in the hangout the other day. Nathan, you played my poem for Martin. Martin, I really enjoyed writing that poem. I got to like get into a little bit of character, like, you know, looking around for a vacant phone booth, not to change into Superman, more like Babe Ruth, so I can take a swing at your fastball and hit it over the roof. Like it just, oh, it was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, it's very cool though. I mean, don't say it's like down to us, because it's like we were trying to say to Crow earlier, or I was kind of listening in the background while I was making a coffee to Antonio, trying to say to Crow, look, we really want to hear this. You know, don't feel like you're burdening us by saying, you know, look at my stuff, it's great. And the same applies for Crow. We really do want to hear it. You know, it's great to hear this stuff.
We're the selfish ones. We're the ones that want to get pleased by your stuff, dude.
Yeah, yes.
You know?
So,
Oh wow, it feels so good. Thank you. You're
Yeah,
awesome.
we will say whatever we can to coax you into giving us more.
Yeah, precisely.
Do you know what? You couldn't stop me. You couldn't stop me. It's just the creativeness is just flowing and flowing and flowing now. It's unbelievable. I can't stop it.
And presumably you'll get loads of girls chasing you, because women love poets.
Not yet. I don't know. They've not come knocking yet, but we'll see.
Do you know what you should do? What I would do if I was in your shoes, okay? I will compose like a 7-line thing, and the next pretty girl I see, I would go up to her, I would say this 7-line thing, and walk clean away, not look back, not ask for the phone number, nothing. And I would do that 7 times. Just do it. Just put it out there. And you'd have a woman who's saying to her boyfriend or her brother or her mother, this dude came up to me today and he was saying something about heavenly creatures and rivers. And it was so nice.
That's a good idea, Antonio. I might take your advice there, but let me tell you something that I do actually do, and I've done it quite regularly. I quite like origami and papercraft and peppercorn and things like that. I'm quite creative like that. So what I did was I went out and I learned how to make paper roses. Okay, now I can make a mean paper rose, right? So what I do, I don't know what it's like in America, but if you get on public transport in England, there's newspapers lying around all the time. The buses have their own newspaper that they throw around, okay? So what I do is I pick up the newspaper and I rip squares out of it and I make little flowers and I leave them on the bus. Or if I see people, if I see a lady or whatever, you know, I'll hand her one. I've had ladies see me, like, because I sit at the front of the bus and people will watch me doing it and I can see them all watching me do it, and if I look up they all look away, and then I make it and people getting off the bus will be like, "Oh, can I have that?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, of course you can. There you go. Have a nice day." Just a few weeks ago, there was a lady on the back of the bus, and all her makeup was running, and she had bags with her and stuff. And I actually had a couple of tissues in my pocket, clean ones, of course. So I turned around and gave her a tissue, and she went, "Oh, thank you," like that. And then, we started chatting and stuff. I said, "Oh, cheer up, love. It'll be all right." And then I turned back round, and I made a paper rose with the other tissue, and she was still sobbing behind me. And I turned around and gave her the paper rose, and her face just lit up, and we got chatting and stuff, and I made her smile. I made her forget about her problems for a while, and that's what I like to do. I mean, that's what I did. That was my sole purpose at my last job. I mean, I mentioned it in my poem, The Awakening, which is on my channel, folks. A little plug for you there.
Go on then. What was your last job?
I managed to get a part-time job over Christmas. I was working in a warehouse, just loading vans with parcels, which was soul destroying. I'll tell you, but I managed to get around it by convincing myself that I was helping Santa load his sleigh.
Okay.
And that's how I got through the day. And when I got there, everybody was just so gloomy and worn out. They'd been working there for so long, and I was like a breath of fresh air. So my sole duty all day was to like make people smile, make them look on the bright side, talk to them, distract them, so that they could do the work, but the day went a little bit quicker.
You are a breath of fresh air, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Some people you just get an immediate positive vibe from, and you're one of those people.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm sure everyone on the panel agree.
Ever since the beginning, man. Yeah, I just like a magnet, not gravity, but magnetism.
I love our Tibet. I mean, we spoke so long the other night, didn't we, mate?
Yeah, man, we've stayed up. We've done all nighters a few times, right?
Yeah, man. I love Alan. He's great.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I find as well. When you finally meet people that are on the same level as you, and you can just chat and bounce off each other, and throw things at each other and learn from each other, and sleep and food and everything else just goes out the window. It's like...
I know. Oh, jeez, man. I lost a lot of weight since then, too. It's crazy. Especially all the hangouts and stuff.
Something that David Weiss says. He says when he introduces people, the last thing he'll say to them is, be prepared to lose a lot of sleep. Bring food.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Alan, have you ever heard of Jim Morrison's American Prayer?
I hope so.
I've heard of Jim Morrison. What is it?
Man, let me send you some stuff.
Yeah, just go to YouTube, write an American Prayer, okay? Jim Morrison, and just listen to it. It's poetry, it's odes, just to music. There's no singing. Just listen to that. I think it will give you a slant that you can play with if you want to play with it. You will love it, though. I love it. I used to listen to it on a loop because it's just his poems. It's his poems. But with the music, with certain effects, it's gorgeous. That's what it is. And when I urged you to make like an hour-long thing, I realize it takes time. Not only do you have to compose it, but then do the delivery. Man, there's so much that you can do with it, and that's just. Please listen to it sometime. I think you'll love it, apart from anything else.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think it will give you another string to your bow.
Well, thank you very much. I've just opened another tab. I've searched it. It's popped up. There's one that's coming up straight away that's like 46 minutes long.
That's it.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will definitely give that a listen later.
Yeah.
I never knew he'd done anything like that.
It's right there for everybody else if anybody wants it. I just put it up in the Hangout chat.
Let's see.
Yeah, thanks, Babs.
So we'll listen to it. We'll listen to it too, you know. That's
Cool.
what yeah. Yeah. Martin. Martin. Are you muted?
We can't hear you, brother.
Sign language. But Joshua, you just made that. Oh fuck it. I'm smoking. You can't hear. Well, never mind. No, I just wanted to ask you something, Martin. No, we can't hear you.
Oh, Nathan, you're muted as well, mate.
You're muted, Nathan.
And Martin's not muted.
No. Nathan, you are muted.
No, I know. I was talking to somebody else. I'm sorry.
All right, okay. But Martin, yeah, no, we can't hear you, Martin. Gav, have you muted Martin by any chance?
Me? No, Martin's not muted.
He's saying yes.
He's saying that he's muted?
No, Martin's not muted.
Oh, maybe Martin could pop out and then pop back in. Sometimes that works.
Yeah. Do you want to drop out and come back in? Okay.
Has this still got the link? Is that cool?
Yeah. The link is in Skype, Martin. Cool. So who here has heard An American Prayer by Jim Morrison?
I have never heard it.
Oh man! It will blow your freaking socks off.
Jeez, I couldn't get my mic to work. Yeah, I'm fully...
By the way, in case anybody doesn't know this, Jim Morrison's father...
Military?
Yeah.
Does anybody know this?
Yeah, the whole Gulf of Tonkin, his father was in charge of the whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was also part of the whole Laurel Canyon thing, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and plus he actually grew up where I actually lived for a couple of years in Florida, south of Tampa. And that's where he actually started most of his poetry when he lived with his grandmother.
212.
Yes.
And then he went to California after that and pursued he wanted to be like a filmmaker.
Yeah.
But his poetry, he just went to there and, well, the rest is history.
So now this is the conspiracy world, okay? So if somebody wanted to fake his own death and live in the US and be completely scot-free of the law, it would be good if your father had a few favors owed to him by the government, okay? Now, he lives in a ranch called the Jim Morrison Sanctuary Ranch.
You serious, brother?
In Oregon. Yes.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
100%.
Really? You gotta give me some information on that, man.
I'm gonna pass you. I'll find the link. I'll pass it to you. It was. Oh, man,
He was my idol when I was growing up. As a teenager, that was my idol. I know every single song, every single album, every single poetry. I had the book.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah. I read it from back to forwards a couple times, and I hate reading. But this book I read.
Yeah.
I love Jim Morrison too. I thought he was. I would have hooked up with him. Woohoo!
I used to dress like him also a long time ago when I had long hair.
It's called Bill Lawyer. Okay. So.
Bill Lawyer? Like a lawyer?
L-O-Y-E-R.
L-O-Y-E-R.
And he has the ranch. The ranch is listed. You can call him up. You know, you can call the ranch up anyway. Yeah, this is freaking mind-blowing. The person that told me about this, when they told me, you know, there was a big whole, you know, he's not really dead. He faked his own death. In one of his poems, the only lines I remember, France is first. The start of a new life, reaching out through the window to join the underground, and then he goes on. So you know, he dies in France and all of these things. I'm going to pass you a link in chat. It's just the beginning of a little something. I've tried to find more. Maybe you'll have better luck. Yeah, this is pretty good. In fact, maybe we could screen share it.
It's gonna blow my mind, dude. I just found something, but I'm not gonna look at it right now because I'll probably get blown out of my chair and I won't be able to speak no more. You know?
Okay. Can I screen share?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll show you now.
Okay. Let me wait a second. Okay. Yes. Let me cue it. I'm queuing it. I love this.
Oh yeah, me with music. Yeah, you got me hooked right there.
Okay. So, am I sharing?
I only see you and Patricia. That's it.
Okay. So,
well, only. I don't mean it that way.
No. But so, guys, Gav, am I sharing? Do I need to do anything to share?
Yeah, mate. If you see on the top left, a little green box, and share either the window or the entire screen.
Got it. Okay, so
there we go.
Yeah, there we go, mate.
Am I screen sharing?
Yeah, that's the one.
Is the guy with 2 guns and a hat?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this is just this little section of this short video. Okay. So I've linked this in the chat. That was it. That was just a tiny little clip I wanted to show. Let me stop screen sharing.
Really not enough for me.
No. That's not enough. That's for sure. Wait till you hear Ray Manzarek talking about it.
Oh.
So yeah. Yeah.
Keep going, man.
So Ray Manzarek, this happened, okay? There've been rumours for a long time. Eventually, a guy, a lawyer, a celebrity lawyer. When Danny Sugarman died, Danny Sugarman was gatekeeping the information about Jim Morrison because he had a chunk of the income. You know, Danny Sugarman had been hanging out with them when he was a kid, you know, a teenager, was really good friends, and he positioned himself to be a wedge. Some people think he did this nefariously. Other people think he did this actually as a favor to shield Jim Morrison, okay? When he passed away, things became free. Avenues opened. So somebody starts promoting the idea that Jim Morrison might still be alive, does DNA tests from hair samples, does calligraphy tests through the FBI. They confirm the details, all kinds of stuff. So the Doors, they're thinking, dude, we could actually play this. We could say, da-da, back from the grave. They could play a big freaking joke, but if nothing else, they could meet up with him and play a gig in Oregon in the nearest tavern. So they made plans to do this, but they were scuppered. Okay, now this is Ray Manzarek who explains this. This isn't just anybody. So just find what you can find and see what you think. I'm freaking convinced. I've got some Global Link associates who make videos, and I was trying to convince them I was going to fund going to, and I'm not rich, you know, but I had the funds at the time, which are now converted into the shape of a car. I was trying to convince them to go to Oregon and just play. I was going to play an artist who, you know, which I am, who was wanted to do some footage of, you know, a ranch. You know, I was going to go to this place, say, hey, you know, can I hang around for a couple of days? I'll be, you know, just outside your fence. We've got this camera crew. We're just going to look around and stuff. Basically, so we could get him on camera, you know, and then make a big thing about it. But they said no, because they're fuckers. But
yeah, I always had a doubt about that, the whole Paris thing. Nobody ever saw the grave, and plus he didn't do heroin. They said he died over like overdose of heroin and puking on his own, well, not puking, choking on his vomit, right?
Yeah.
It's the official story.
Yeah.
And not that I didn't follow that one. I knew.
No, not only that, but his girlfriend goes back to the US before the actual freaking funeral. It doesn't make sense. And
things like that.
The guy who signed the death certificate the guys from Rolling Stone magazine who went to do the interviews, you know, this is big news, and Rolling Stone's magazine was out, so they can't find the freaking doctor. Who is this doctor that signed this death certificate? It's big questions there. But the main point is, his father was somebody who was owed a pretty big favor by the U.S. government. So, you know, it lends more credence to the story. Apart from that, there happens to be this bloke who who lives in a ranch, and he was a freaking joker. Jim Morrison had a really good sense of humor. He's living in a ranch. He's living in a ranch called the Jim Morrison Sanctuary Ranch. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And being who he was, like, freaking, yeah, that's what he's going to call it. You know, and live there all along. And if it's big.
And were you on the whole Paul McCartney situation?
Yeah, replaced.
Maybe even
I'll
twice.
say this. Yes, I didn't know about that, but the first time for sure. Well, I just go on this. I studied hairdressing. When I left school, I thought, you know what? I'm a single guy. I do a lot of Thai boxing. It's all very hard stuff. I can do with spending some time in the female world, where I'm the only man in a group of 21. You know, all the same age of me. Yeah, I can handle that. So I learned about hair. You know, the crown of your hair, how hair works, how it is. Okay. And the first Paul McCartney, the original Paul McCartney, had a certain type of hair. The second one had a very different hair that's not something that can be coaxed. You can't fake one hair into the other. You know, you have natural hairlines, you have natural, there are patterns to your hair that you can't fake. So the first time that the first replacement Paul is live on television, he's got completely different freaking hair. This isn't perm. You know, this is a different dude. So that's just on that. And then there's everything else, the height differences, the fact that he was recorded jamming with the freaking Beatles. Somebody recorded a jamming session. He can't play his freaking instrument, and he's talking to them saying, yeah, how you guys do it. Paul McCartney wouldn't say how you guys do it. He would say how we do it. It's his freaking band. It's the other three Beatles, you know. It's just, really freaking obvious to me. And the freaking eye colour too. You know, brown eyes, green eyes. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Martin. Billy Shears, that's the one. That's the name.
Yeah.
Your mic still doesn't work, Martin? There's no way.
If I know.
Oh, it works now.
It's working.
I'm sorry, Patricia.
Wait, why are you sorry?
Because I swore and I thought it wasn't on air.
I don't care. I mean,
No, dude, you know, when she's on camera, she's a princess, but when she's not, she's spitting, she's swearing like a sailor.
don't say that. No, it's not true.
Goes now, come on.
I just, you know what I'm like. Anyway, I know quite a bit about her, obviously. And Billy Shears, they tell you through the tracks. I followed Beatles Code for years, because obviously I'm a fanatical Beatles fan. And I've got a big fascination with John Lennon and George Harrison, as you know. They admitted on a Nick Cavett show, where actually George Harrison was the one who was the penny dropper. He said there's at least 8 of us. Billy Shears is one of the Paul McCartneys, but there is another, the third one. It's easy to spot because the transformations from 1964, when they're mock toppers, to 1967 is 3 years. How the hell can they change so? They're different human beings. You see Paul McCartney with a skinny face laying in bed naked with Yoko. Not only that, the amount of material. How could they come out with that amount of material from 1962 to 1972 is phenomenal. Just think about it. I sit there and I try and visualize Paul McCartney and John Lennon writing these masterpieces, because everyone is to me. And I just can't fathom that. I just can't work out how the whole thing happened. I know they're completely an industry, you know, they're made by the industry. They, Brian Epstein, everything after Brian Epstein died went through the floor, I think. The Beatles, completely manufactured. Who are the real
Tell
ones?
us, Martin, you said I've studied the Beatles Code for ages, but, you know, expand on it. There's people watching that they may have no idea what you're on about.
Well, obviously the Beatles are massively manufactured. The story of them goes so back, but basically in the beginning, when they were the Silver Beatles in Liverpool, they all met in school, and then they got together, and then the Cavern Club, obviously you all know about that, and there was the Liverpool, the Merseyside Beats, which had Johnny and the Pacemakers, you know, ferry across the Mersey. So it was a big movement of the Mersey Beat, and then they went to Hamburg. Now, what happened in Hamburg is very anomalous because exactly the same time as Jimi Hendrix was there, exactly the same time as my mother was living there, and exactly the same time as the whole movement sort of got together. So they say that they had this really like sort of dodgy lifestyle in Hamburg, and I know the Raper Band. I was there at 18.
And you heard what happened with Peter Green from Fleetwood Mac also.
Exactly, Peter Green.
Exactly.
It's a similar sort of story with Peter Green as well.
Yeah.
But I am a big fan. But
yeah, Martin, carry on. Don't lose track. Beatles code.
Sorry.
So they leave Hamburg, and then they get this. Then Brian Epstein was appointed to them. I don't want to go into details with Brian Epstein, but he's so establishment. He's an Etonian. He's a member of the establishment, and he is connected with the Profumo affair. Now, for the people who are the public that don't know the Profumo affair, it was the biggest event of the early 1960s. It was a major politician who's got involved with a seedy prostitute, and she's come out and she's told the world about it, and they tried to brush it under the carpet. Well, he's involved with all of this at the same time. So, Beatles, okay, I get back to this story. This is Brian Epstein, their manager. So they manufacture with, as you know, they've got the fifth Beatle, they say, who just died, their producer, not Pete Best, Pete Best. And basically, their drummer in Hamburg, apparently, this is the story, got kicked to death at bridge, and it caused a brain tumour, and he died, okay, the drummer. And then he's instantly replaced by Ringo Starr, who everybody knows is a crap drummer. Okay, now what you said earlier about that recording, now I've listened to that intently, right, Antonio? That is not Paul McCartney. Someone even states to him in that, you've got to be more like him. You've got, you're Paul McCartney, do it. The transformations are unmistakable, the whole thing. I can't lace how the whole thing has been put together, but from
so how does Paul die?
In a car crash. But they say at the time, my mother remembers it well, he went off the public eye. What the papers said was he went missing. Is Paul dead? This is the headlines of the Daily Mirror. But the other side of the coin was, he's mentally ill from all the LSD he's been taking, and he's recovering in a drug rehab centre. This is the narrative that the press are running. So that's the two narratives. He's dead, and the press are trying to detract you from that and saying, no, he's just chilling out in a rehab. He will be back with you. He misses for 6 months or so. Now, this is the time between Sgt. Pepper's and Abbey Road. They're two most pivotal albums. It's crazy. Comes back, and I just can't lace it together of all this music, all of this content. The whole thing is put together. It's just insanity. And look how it changed when they got to America. Oh boy. Shea Stadium, they had 100-watt box amps in a stadium with 60,000 people. Nobody could do anything, but it didn't matter. They were there,
He blew his brains out in a car. That's it.
They give you more keys than that. I am the walrus, right? Who is the walrus? Well, they say Paul, and there's all keys like when they're crossing the crossing Abbey Road. Paul is not wearing shoes. Now, what they'll say in sort of occultic circles, that not wearing shoes means dead. And there's other quotes in a lot of their tracks. I am the walrus, particularly. Paul is the walrus, another representative of death. And there's another really big clue where they just really spell it out in one track, if I could just flipping remember it, where they literally say Paul is dead.
Don't they say Billy Shears in a track as well?
Yeah, we introduced to you.
Well, let's introduce to you the actor you know for all these years, and they're introducing you to the new Beatle.
Yeah.
Billy
Sgt. Pepper.
Shears. Yeah. And he looks nothing like Paul. Just the eyebrows. The eyes are different. The ears are more up. Teeth are completely different. And as Antonio said, the hair. But there's another Paul as well. Later, who you'll see on the Dick Cabot show. That's not the first two Pauls. That's a later Paul. Who the one we know now. That's him. Because he's said in recent interviews, there's three Pauls. He said on the Michael Parkinson show in more recent days. Make of it what you will.
And actually, see one time, I think it's George Harrison. He was actually in the recording studio, and he walks in. He says, "Yeah, where's Fall today? Where's Fall?" He didn't say Paul. He said Fall.
Fall. But that Fall thing, there's about 100 videos on Fall. You know, this is Fall.
Fake Paul. Fake Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Very interesting stuff. I love it.
Very interesting. I wonder how many bands have actually done that with. Well, the Rolling Stones, they're still going, but they keep replacing members. But the way Bill Wyman walked out of the band when they were at their pinnacle with, you know, Start It Up on that tour, and he just walks. You know? There's something going on there as well. But there's too satanic. I won't allow them in my house. The Stones, they're not in my collection. I won't have it.
No? No Stones for you?
No, the Demonic Man. Sympathy for the Devil. They're spelling it out, brother. I wouldn't have them in my house. I won't have any of them in my collection. I won't. Through principle.
Well, I love the Monkey Man song. I just love that song.
Don't tell me, you know, I know their musical context is really, really good. But when they played Glastonbury 2 years ago, they played Sympathy for the Devil. He's dressed as the devil, and he has 250,000 people worshipping at Satan's feet, unwittingly. It was more than that. They had Rhiannon. Rhiannon got this song called Umbrella. Umbrella. Well, if you look into occult, okay, the word umbrella in linguistics is a spell, and it's a spell to worship Lucifer. And she had 250,000 people worshipping that in the rain. Umbrella, and they're all saying it, and she's saying it, sing it, and they're not knowing what they're saying with that chant.
But all that energy put together, yeah, that's what they thrive on. You know, getting everybody to use that energy, their energy, rah, 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 saying that same thing over and over. It feeds them. It's sick.
Have any of you seen some of the conspiracy circles around the dozens of different versions of Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no.
I mean, in certain conspiracy arenas, they think that almost every band's had replacements. You know, they've got to keep that train, that gravy train running, and that's how they do it.
Guys, I've just been looking for some footage of Paul McCartney.
Paul.
Yes.
F-U.
Yes. F-A-U-L.
F-U-A-L. Paul.
Yeah,
so
Paul.
Can I screen share?
Sure.
It's only very brief. Nathan, you will find this really interesting. Okay? So, desktop. Where am I? This one. Okay, he's explaining about how Abbey Road and the rumours that he was dead. Okay? So I'm going to make it big.
Excellent, this is.
Rumor, and yeah. I mean, you know, I just laughed at it and knew it was just because of the fame and the craziness. It was an American DJ, so you guys are to blame. Yeah. Not you personally, but no, the thing is, you know, I just laughed it off, but it was a little bit strange because people did start looking at me like, right. Is it him or a very good double?
Well, that was the idea. That was the other part of it, that there was a guy who looked like you taking your place.
No, well, this is him.
Yeah.
There you go.
Comedy.
Watch
Truth in comedy.
this. Any of you who are interested, just watch the rest of this. It gets very obvious.
Sniff the eyes, right?
Yeah.
Afterwards. That's funny. Yeah.
So what's going on with the? Here we are.
And if you get lyrics to later songs too, early songs. This one.
Oh, am I no longer screen sharing?
Go on, Martin, carry on.
Longer. That's right.
It does. It happened in the Silver Jubilee. He was on stage for the Queen's Silver Jubilee. He actually forgot on stage the lyrics to one of his early songs, can't remember which, and he apologised. He said, "Oh, it's been a long time, you know," and then sort of composed himself. And,
Forgot the song lyrics to one of his own songs.
yeah, I think it was "I Feel Fine," one of them. Yeah, real, you know, something from say 1963, 64 era, and he forgot the lyrics. Really.
Real.
Okay.
I don't know.
Antonio was saying that Linda McCartney, I didn't really think about this through, because she was the photographer of the original Beatles.
You know who the family is, do you?
I know everything.
Do you know who the family is?
Yes, the Kodak family.
Yeah.
But she had to know everything. She had to know she was living a lie. And of course then I don't know, did she die of cancer? Is there such a thing as cancer? But she did, you know, those sort of things can be brought on by stress of hiding a lie, if indeed she died of cancer.
And not only that, but before he started dating Linda McCartney, you know, the woman who became Linda McCartney, he was going out with Jane Asher.
Yeah, no, but that happened quick after Linda, didn't it?
No, I mean, she was with...
the one with one leg, the supermodel.
No. Before Linda McCartney, she was with Jane Asher, an English movie star. Yeah. And suddenly dropped and Linda McCartney. Now we're gossiping here, like, you know, wives over a fence. But he's with somebody, they drop, he's now with somebody completely different, very different kind of person. And then really strange things start happening to Jane Asher's family. Eventually, the bodyguard, whose bodyguard was it? Paul's bodyguard, I think it was, writes an account of everything that's gone on. Guy that's gone with them everywhere. A guy, a real insider, writes an account. It's about to publish it, and he is killed with a gun in the UK. And this doesn't happen very often, that people get shot dead, you know. So yeah, I mean, the story's supposed to be that the Department of the Ministry of the Interior, whatever it's called, the Home Office, looked at the situation. They saw what had happened, because I think Buddy Holly had died not long before.
1969, not 1960. Sorry.
So,
early, really early, when him and Big Bopper got killed.
Yes, so the things that happened, you know, because people committed suicide. Now, the Beatles were so huge that this is the story, okay? The story is that the powers that be thought, if we announce this, we don't know how it's going to be taken by the youth. And we don't know how many women and young men might commit suicide. We have to stop this. So maybe it was just a stopgap. And then they said, let's just play with it. Let's continue it, you know? I don't know. Who knows? But the thing that the guy was replaced, that's not something that is a flight of fancy. That's something that anybody can see. You know, if I was replaced by my brother, people would know. You know, just by looking.
It could happen.
No,
girls killed themselves when Robbie Williams left Take That. You know, how rubbish are they?
Yeah,
it really.
Yeah, but what I mean is, if I was replaced by my brother, who looks very similar to me, people would know. If I was replaced with a guy who vaguely looks like me, people would know even more. So what they did was they had a break. They didn't show him on TV, no Beatles on television at all. And then suddenly here's this new Paul McCartney. He's in oh man, it's really freaking obvious. And not only this, but I asked my mother who her favorite Beatles was. This was, you know, when I was 17, 18. Just said, so who was your favorite Beatle?
The cute one.
And she said, Paul. She said, Paul. Well, at the beginning. I said, what do you mean? She said, oh, he went a bit strange after all the India and stuff and drugs and things. So, yeah, she liked the original guy. The original guy was an affable guy. You know, he was jokey, he was vivacious kind of thing. The second guy was a freaking drip, you know? So, no wonder.
But Antonio, don't you think that, or don't you see that This is all part of the social engineering being done. This isn't anything just recent. This has been going on for the longest time. They keep the masses drunk, drugged, full of chemicals in the soil, full of TV blaring all the time, and so no one notices all of these things, that they slip in new characters. This is in politics, this is in the, that place, Hollywood, the music industry, and as far as people disappearing, one of the things in that industry is that, especially for women, once you get to a certain age, you're no longer needed, so they could either kill you or give you a bunch of money. And I can't tell you how easy it is to get lost in this country, America, to get lost. I used to know some really bad people, and they would, when things got really, really hot, they would just disappear, never to be seen again. And once in a great while, a postcard would come, you know, having a great time in New Guinea or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bread and circuses, isn't it? You know, as long as you've got bread and circuses, you're going to be entertained, you're happy, you're not going to try and rock the boat. And like you're saying, if at the point where you've got bread and circuses, your bread starts getting poisoned, you're not going to question it because it's your bread. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have seen that. And the whole duality, you know, you've got the clean Beatles and the dirty Rolling Stones, all of those things, you know, the duality, you know, you have the Jackson 5 and you have the Osmonds, what are they called? You know, to balance it out. You know, all of these things. Yeah, it's.
But while they're making these subtle changes, so in reality they're doing this with Paul, for example. But on TV they show you very literal character changes that don't have any name change. So, you know, to give it maybe an Aussie example, you've got things like Neighbours, and they will very literally change a character and say that it's exactly the same person, same character name, but the actor's completely changed.
Yeah.
So in your mind, you see this on TV all the time. An actor just completely changes roles, a new actor picks up the same role, and you think, well, that's what a character change is. In the meantime, in the background, they're doing it in the very real way. But you know, they're doing the same thing, but they're doing it with people who actually look like the person they're replacing, and you know, it's much more subtle than what they show you on TV when an actor changes role. And that's all the Beatles really are. They're actors on a stage in the most literal sense. They're being presented to the media for certain reasons with certain agendas, and that plan has to evolve, even if one dies.
Well, but not long before John Lennon was suddenly killed by a big fan, which is a bit weird, but anyway, you know, stalkers, yeah. In his last album, he wrote in the cover, on this date, at this time, I saw a UFO. And he explained, and his girlfriend / assistant explained, that he shouted her to come to the balcony where they saw a great big disc hovering above the apartment building where they lived, and that everybody else in the street saw it too, and he wrote. Yeah. So
what was that, Martin?
Well, they lived in the Dakota, the same building that Rosemary's Baby was made in. There's so many overlaps. I could let you know about them if you like.
Yeah. It's a fascinating world. We live in a freaking fascinating world, and what you just said, Nathan, about changing characters, changing humans to play roles. The clearest example right now is James Bond and Batman. There you go. You know, This is Batman. No, this is Batman. This is James Bond. No, this is James Bond. Yeah.
Or Spider-Man.
We had it with the Bewitched back in the, I guess, 60s in the States. The character Darren changed, no explanation, same name, same role, different man. And continued from then because people just said okay and didn't really notice and accepted it.
They did it recently in Game of Thrones, not the last series, not the one that's on now, the series before, and the series before that. There was a character who's the guy who ends up kind of being Daenerys's kind of concubine type guy. The character that played him was a completely different human, you know, was a different actor, No mention, just switch. You know, here's a different character. Don't know why. You know, it could be, you know, logistics. A guy might have had a young family, whatever. But they've done it. We've seen it right now in Game of Thrones.
Or the
It's part of
article out of the
part of the-
Matrix.
I was just going to say, it's the same part of the same magic trick. You know, that's how magic works. You show with one hand one thing while you're doing something subtle with the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, you show one plot, and then you got a subplot in the back that most people are not even aware of, and yeah, and that's how it comes in.
Yeah, and whilst you're reading the plots, they're in your back window stealing your fridge.
Yeah.
There used to be a soap called Dallas. I don't know if any of you are aware of it, but they actually wiped out 3 years of the series where basically Patrick, I can't remember his name, but J.R. Ewing's brother gets out of the shower, and the whole last 3 years has been a dream.
Yes.
Yeah, who shot
JR's
JR?
back alive and he hasn't been shot, even though the whole population of the plane has got "Who Shot JR" t-shirts
Yeah.
on.
Who shot JR? Who shot JR? I remember that.
And then they wiped it all out like it didn't exist because, you know, Robbie
They know how
Ewing
to
woke
wrap
up.
up. Hey, do you know, I heard that Lost, the series Lost, had the ending spun, had the ending changed, that the original ending was going to be something very, very different to what the actual ending that they showed was.
I never watched Lost, but I actually know the answer to this because I saw them. I didn't know who they were, and I saw them doing an interview about the show. Everyone was talking about it. Like always, I didn't have a TV, and I didn't really watch what was going on. I didn't watch Lost. I've never watched Game of Thrones. Nevertheless, it was talked about a lot. And the 2 writers were doing an interview with someone like Parkinson, and they were saying, you know, what's going to happen. And they essentially said, we haven't got a clue. We're writing it as we go along.
Yeah, I heard that too. I remember hearing that somewhere.
They didn't know.
Oh, here's a thing for all, you know, we're all conspiracy theorists. Has anybody gone through the X-Files, the original series of the X-Files, and ticked a list of the things that are real conspiracies, that are bona fide, legitimate conspiracies?
Go on, what's the percentage?
Oh, it's massive. Like just about all of them. But the reason I'm saying it, the one that's, you know, the dodgiest is towards the end where they're talking about an inoculation regarding the aliens and the humans, but there's HARP. HARP is in there. LSD in the water's in there. The woodpecker signal is in there, ultra high, ultra low frequencies. The Bigfoot is in there.
Shape-shifting lizards.
Shape-shifting lizards in the latest one, yeah. Just about everything.
That was good. That was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
He wasn't a lizard, he was a man. No, it was the other way round, wasn't he?
Yes, it was brilliant. I laughed my head off with that episode.
He was so funny, that character.
Yeah.
Was it an analogy for psychopaths like it usually is?
No, it wasn't. It was what it was doing. It was anthropomorphizing the lizard thing. It was making it have more of a soul, more of a human element to it. You know, at one point they ask him how many years he goes into hibernation, and they say, so how often do you go, you know, how long is your hibernation? And he says, full moon, 10,000 years.
Yeah, 10,000 years, that's what he said.
Yeah. It was cool, but if you go through...
He was a lizard that changed into a man, not the other way around.
His natural state was lizard, and it's, you have to watch it. It's very good. It's funny. But if you, now that, you know, we're all aware of so many conspiracies, watch the X-Files again. I mean, there's a lot of episodes, and you'll see how many of the, like HARP, the one in the first series, there's the guy who shoots lightning. You know, it's a famous episode because it's called, I think. It starts off with James, the British, the band from Manchester, Ring the Bells. The guy can shoot lightning. He's been hit by lightning several times, and now he can shoot lightning. And he brings a guy back to life with different hand defibrillators. And in that episode, they mention the array of antennas that they have up in Alaska. You know, it's just so many. The deep underground military bases.
Tunguska as well, right?
Tunguska, yes. So you've got all of these things that are all in the X-Files, and my little paranoid, suspicious mind says to me, this was released just before the internet came out properly, because they knew that eventually the internet would have everybody being able to discuss things and exposing things. So if they've brought it out on the internet, on television, on this X-Files, people can talk about HARP. If they talk about it immediately, people would just assume that they've confused the X-Files and, you know, do that sleight of hand. It gives them a buffer of a few years to allow people to acclimate ourselves to the reality of the world, you know?
Yeah,
So,
well, I would see it slightly differently, which is to say that it's like Red Dwarf and it's just predictive programming. So
yeah,
they are doing these things, but they've got to soften you up to the ideas first. So, you know, I spin this one step further and say that they're softening us up to the ideas of simulation theory by using Red Dwarf and all the predictive programming they have in that show. Maybe it's just the same with the X-Files. They're just showing us all the different stuff that they're eventually going to present to us, just so we're softened up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to throw in there. Do you remember the spin-off from the X-Files and the 9/11, the whole 9/11 thing?
The Lone Gunman.
That's the one.
I was thinking about that before. Go ahead, dude.
Well, for those of you that don't know, the X-Files had a spin-off series called The Lone Gunman, and there was an episode, and it was only about 6 months before 9/11 that it aired, and a 747 was hijacked, and it was on its way to New York, and it was heading straight for the towers, but they managed to avert the disaster, obviously, in typical Hollywood style kind of thing. But yeah.
And what that did is it put in the mind of the viewer the idea of a plane flying into the World Trade Center. Later, we have the news showing us planes flying into the World Trade Center, and it's all there, you know. The story gives a background where the plane's controls have been hijacked. So, you know, eventually a jammer is pulled, the guy's captured, and the pilot regains control. But yeah, definite predictive programming. Like, definite. So,
yeah, there's a lot of examples of that, and if you don't mind, I'm going to use that to move on to something else. Can I do that?
Of course.
Right. Okay, talk about rabbit holes, right? Sometimes I end up going down a rabbit hole that I don't even realize is a rabbit hole. I was watching the flat earth maps in movies and stuff like that, and the Catwoman one and the iRobot one. Okay, this is really interesting, guys. I'm throwing this out here now for the first time. I found a connection between the two movies. I don't know if anybody else has found it, but basically what I did was I brought up Catwoman on IMDb and the full cast and crew, and I did the same thing for iRobot, and I went through, like, spot the difference. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Right, excellent. So what I did, went to IMDb, and I found a guy that worked on both films, and in Catwoman he worked on the art department, and in iRobot he worked in the set decorating. He was the set decorating coordinator. Now I thought, wow, that's pretty interesting. So I looked at the other movies that he did, and it got even more interesting. Okay, where shall we start? Let's start with 1998. He did a film called Future Sport, which had, again, he was the set dresser, but it was a film with, what's he called? Passenger 57. Oh, what's he called?
Seen that.
What's he called though?
Passenger 57. You mean the
Demolition Man. The bad guy that gets unfrozen.
Wesley Snipes?
Yeah, that's it. Anyway, he's in Future Sport, right? And this is just a short one. The cover of Future Sport shows it's either ships or airplanes or something flying towards New York City, and it was like a futuristic, sporty thing. I mean, you guys can look into it. I mean, nothing major. It gets better than that. Let's move on. He did another film called Insomnia. Let me bring
With
that
Robin
on.
Williams, is that the one?
That's the one, and it's got Al Pacino in it. And
Yeah, yeah.
Al Pacino travels north to a country where they have 24 hours daylight. That's why the film's called Insomnia. And he's looking for a killer, and the killer is played by Robin Williams.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was interesting that, okay, right, an island that has 24 hours sun, that's interesting. Okay, let's keep going. So then he did a film called The Core, and he was set decorator on The Core. Now what happens in The Core is the center of the Earth stops spinning, and the heroes in the movie have to get the Earth spinning again.
Yeah.
And guess how they get the Earth spinning again, guys?
They get nano-sized or something like that. Or
No, they actually use good old nuclear explosions save the day. Yay, nuclear explosions! Right? So we've got an Earth that stopped spinning. We've got a country with 24-hour sun in it. I'm sure there's more to this. There's more, iRobot, the flat Earth map in the background, Catwoman, flat Earth map in the background. Yeah, this guy. So what's he called? He's called Lee Campbell.
Lee Campbell.
Yeah, Lee Campbell. And he works in the art department and the set design and stuff. Which I just thought was interesting with there being flat Earth maps in iRobot and Catwoman. But going back to the flat Earth map in movies, I just want to point this out. I know it's obvious to a lot of us, but when you're watching a movie and there's like a map in the background, your eye will scan the scene. For example, if it's a child's room and there's toys on the floor, you'll scan the scene. Okay, I'm in a child's room, on with the story. And you might not even consciously think that. You'll just, you'll be aware of that and carry on with watching the film and suspending belief for a little while. But in Catwoman, particularly, well, in fact, let me just generalize for a second. If there's a map shown in a scene, the eye will glance at it and go, "Oh, map, that's of no importance. Let's carry on with the scene." But to us, it jumps out of the screen. It totally jumps out, and we're like, "Whoa, that's the flat Earth map. What's going on?" In the Catwoman scene, it's really interesting because the camera switches between a female actress and a male actress, and over the female's left shoulder is a painting with an all-seeing eye of Horus, and over the male actor's shoulder, right shoulder, is the flat Earth map. And the scene intensifies, and as you know, to add drama to a scene, they switch the camera angle more frequently because it adds disorientation, which makes the heart rate increase and adds drama to a scene, right?
Yeah.
So it goes. So basically, what you're seeing, but not actually taking in, is all seeing eye, flat Earth map, all seeing eye, flat Earth map, all seeing eye, flat Earth map. Now, my theory on this is, like I said, 99% of the people that watch that movie, they'll just think, "Oh, a map." But the subconscious is a lot cleverer than the conscious, and the subconscious can play spot the difference way better than you can. So I've got a feeling that the subconscious sees that, but it also sees the all-seeing eye kind of thing, and it's their way
Absolutely does.
I'm thinking that it's their way of keeping us asleep, if you like.
No, you're describing subliminals. This is something I've spent absolutely ages looking at just because I found it absolutely fascinating. But yeah, what you're describing is subliminals, and this is the reason mechanics of the fourth wall exist. So Antonio got in touch off the back of me doing a hammer-handed explanation of this, and he said, look, I can see what you're trying to get out here, what you're trying to explain to people. Maybe if it's a dialogue instead of you just doing video logs, it'll come out and it'll be easier to explain. But beyond what you're saying, and you're absolutely right, it's the world of subliminal messaging. So a good example is in Family Guy, something my wife does still watch. In every child's bedroom there's a globe. In almost every single Seth MacFarlane cartoon there is globes galore. Now, because we're flat earthers, we notice them. Look, there's a globe. To every Joe Blogs public, they don't take in the fact there's a globe. Like you say, it's just there. You scan the room and go, it's a child's bedroom, there's a globe in there because it's a child's bedroom. But it does go in on a subliminal level to tell you not only there's a globe there, but reinforce the idea that we're on a globe. So it works on a much deeper level than most people understand. But it's crucially coming back to your point, which is about the all-seeing eye and the flat Earth map. Now, the flat Earth map, or maps, full stop, are controlled. They're very much produced by the powers that be, the people that are giving us all of this, divergence in terms of the information that we get, the truth in plain sight, the subliminal messages, the mixed messages, the bullshit. All of it is the same people producing these maps. And the A map, the A projection, the azimuthal projection, is just another red herring designed to be found by flat earthers and lead us down a path that Tiger Dan showed so beautifully, a path that will only lead you to one place, which is this doesn't work and therefore flat Earth doesn't work. The problem is that you've got the overflow of flat earthers going, that don't matter, and they carry on regardless. That little, as he described it, linchpin would only work if there was a few 100,000 people interested or involved, and they all go, oh no, our map doesn't work, suddenly flat Earth is nonsense, let's believe we're on a globe again.
Also, with the subliminal, so you've got the map and the Eye of Horus. Both of these are on the liminal, on the conscious level. You can consciously see them, you can be aware of them. But what they're doing is, the Eye of Horus is representing authority, and the map is representing challenge to authority. And what they're doing by playing these things back and forth, we all know that there's the all-seeing eye on the dollar, it's linked to authority, it's money, all these things. And the flat Earth map is linked to anarchy and a lack of authority. And what they're doing by increasing the heart rate, as you're saying, Alan, by increasing the drama, what they're doing is they're associating the two subliminally with stress.
Correct.
That's what they're doing. They're saying there is stress. These things bring stress. Avoid. You will want to avoid looking into the Eye of Horus, the Illuminati, all of New World Order. You'll just dismiss it if you're the kind of person that's affected subliminally, and you will dismiss the flat Earth map because it's linked to the stress. Just from
However, at one greater level, the next level on that onion, because this onion just gets more and more levels as you look at it, on the next level down, they want you to look into the Eye of Horus, so they hide it in plain sight for you to look into it. And what do you find, lo and behold, when you start doing a little bit of digging? All of the quote-unquote powers are all supposedly worshipping Lucifer. So you're taught in school about God and the light and the goodness and the spiritual, and then you look into the people ruling the world to find they're bad and devil worshippers. The whole thing is horseshit. The lot.
Yes. So what they're doing is they're saying, look, you sheeple follow this, and when you realize that the people who control you are following this other thing, a lot of you might think, hey, I want to be in control, I'll also go to this side. But it's all just bullshit.
Yes, and the bullshit they create, like I said, with them teaching you in school about God. God is a powerful thing in religious terms. And when you find out that they're worshipping the Antichrist, you immediately associate that because you've watched the Eye of whatever on the bloody Incredibles or Superman or Batman. You associate people with power as actually being bloody powerful. And the darkness and the evil gives you the opposite idea of God. Again, associating it with power, just dark and evil power. And this creates a real sense of discord in a normal person's head if they do even the slightest bit of digging. And it distracts from the fact that the people that give you this complete mountain of horseshit are just like you and I. It's back to the right at the beginning of this hangout as saying, well, you can look at it as some people are special, or reality, everyone's special. Yeah, could say that means no one's special. But if you say no one's special, that means Tony Blair, yeah, Rory McFizz can call him a murdering bastard. The reality is just a dude, just another guy.
Yeah.
Same as Barack Obama, just another dude.
And what it also does is, it says power is something that's bestowed on you by a supernatural entity, the devil or God, and this is where power comes from, and you don't have access to that power because you don't know the right rituals, you're not connected in the right way. And what this does is, at a subliminal level, at an unconscious level, it says you don't have power. So
you do.
And that's what we got to. Yeah, that's what we've got to get back.
Yes, that's the message, that this is the programming for the school. This is the programming for the masses. You don't have power. You can vote if you want and show your power. Say, no, 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 no. The truth is, every single human being has power. We're just not aware of it. We're not aware of what we can do with it because we don't know we have it.
Yeah, that's why we got to get our power back and start doing things more at a local level. Get to know our representatives, because look, these people got families and they live in your neighborhood. Okay?
No,
and people are going to be friends with the
with
kids.
you straight away.
Just a second, just a second. Let me finish.
Know thyself. Forget your local representatives.
No, no, no.
Your
I'm talking about something different. Know thyself, yes, but you have to use thyself also. We can't just like know thyself and not do anything about it. Yeah, no, we got to start reaching out because we can't do it from the top level down. That's impossible. But if we start with a local level, okay, watch this. And I'm not saying the system is right for everyone, but look, right now, in the situation we're in, the system, we can't dismantle it. And, like, if it was done all in one shot, forget it. It would be chaos. Unfortunately, it would be. So, wait a second. So we have to come back to the local level. All these families, okay, that have their representatives, like in politics and this and that, well, they got families, they got kids that hang out with other kids. If everybody comes together again like it used to be, which it isn't anymore, I don't see people knowing their neighbors or anything, like it used to be when I was younger. Everybody knew everybody in the neighborhood. Parents used to look out for kids of the neighbors. Now, it's all division. Everybody's scared, oh, that guy might be a rapist, that guy might be a pedophile. It's crazy. No, we got to come back and get people in touch with each other again. Globers, flatters, it doesn't matter what you are. You got to start getting together on things we do agree with, which is the system's all screwed up. And if we want to get something back, we got to start doing something. And it's not by reaching for the freaking top and becoming like a hero and, oh, hey, I got the story of the century and that's going to take everything. No, that's not going to work because, look, we've been doing that for how many years now? The proof is out there, you know? You just got to look at it. But what we have to do is start with the other way. Approach it from the way that nobody's done it yet, okay? Because, part of the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and expecting different results. Well, we got to start doing things a little differently, okay? And that's what I've been doing for the past little while. Like, I threw freaking ego out the window, okay? I've been here on welfare for the past freaking 13 years. Okay, because of medical this and medical that, and anyways, and laziness, and I'll admit it, everything. I don't care. I'm on a different path right now, and we have to do this. We got to stop name calling and all. No, give that up. Get along with the things that we do agree on. I don't care if it's flat Earth, vaccines, bring anything up. If you agree with the guy and you're his friend, well, you're gonna go farther. If you already oppose him, like, oh, you know what, flat. What do you think about the curve? And it's like, no, that's not gonna work at all. If you come to the guy, hey, yeah, it's interesting stuff, it turns out maybe the Earth might be flat. I know it's crazy, but I've been looking into it, and it's like all the evidence is pointing there. The guy's going to be like, yeah, really? Like, you're his friend, you know? You're not going to be opposing him right off the bat. And if he wants to look at the information, well, you could point him. Because I can't explain it scientifically. Forget it. I'm useless when it comes to the math and stuff.
What we're seeing here is, with apartheid and with the civil rights movement in the US, okay, and even with feminism originally in the UK, you have the masses and you have the quiet, okay? So Nathan right now is representing the masses, okay, exercising their own individual power to do their own individual thing, and you're representing the quiet who are filling out forms, who are going to court, who are not taking no for an answer. So you're engaging with authority structures, and Nathan is engaging with the neighbors.
No. You missed my point totally, man. No. That's not me at all. Not
Okay,
even close.
one second. Representatives, that's what they are. They are the authorities. They are.
I know.
No.
I know. I'm totally against them myself. I've said this millions of times.
Hear me out. So,
okay, go ahead.
Whenever there's been any actual improvement, anything actually beneficial happening in society, it's been a combination of two things. It's been a combination of anarchy and people no longer obeying laws, like Rosa Parks, and a organized, orchestrated, methodical plodding. The two things working in tandem. So what we have right now is we have organic farms sprouting on the top of buildings. We have you have people taking over land that doesn't have any ownership and planting things in that land. And as a result, we have governments starting ventures to help people take over land that isn't owned and grow a little community farm. So this happens as a result of the two things. The community farms don't happen because government has a great idea. The community farms happen because an individual like you contacts a representative and says, hey, we have this patch of land and we're thinking of starting growing our own stuff. Do you have a problem with it? And the representatives look at it and say, do you know what? We don't have a problem with it. Yeah, go ahead. At the same time, you've got the people who have been growing stuff that didn't contact the representatives, but are still growing the stuff, feeding into the collective unconscious, which is prompting back and forth between the two. So you have the yin and the yang. You have the hard approach and the soft approach. You have the many and the few. It's a combination of two completely different, diametrically opposed energies working for the same goal, for the same result. So whether you approach representatives through the avenue of their humanity or through the avenue of their position, because the truth is most representatives are not there because they want to go to an eyes wide shut party. They're there because they grew up in a system where they think, do you know what, I'm not going to stand by and not do anything. I'm going to try to make things better. And they go into politics. And it's like, wow, why would you go into politics? Well, what else are you going to go into? At the same time that these guys are going into politics, you have other people saying, do you know what, I'm going to serve society by becoming a garbage man. That's what I'm going to do. And if you remove either one from the system right now, the whole thing collapses. So, like you're saying, we can't replace the thing top down. That's not going to happen.
No, we've got to change the morals of going up. We've got to change the morals. That's what we got to do, going on the way up. And I'm not saying to be like goody-goody or anything. I'm not like a Hare Krishna of any sorts. No, I believe in the bad part of it also, is actually exposing the things that they're doing that are actually crooked. You know what I mean? Like exposing contracts or whatever. Actually, here in Valleyfield, just a good one. Well, this big construction company, they got like the deal to make a bridge between Montreal and actually not Montreal. Anyway, Pointe Claire and Valleyfield. And halfway through, all of a sudden, the engineers figured out that they're not using the right materials, and they're already like a couple $1 million into this. So what happens? Well, they got to start over. But guess what? It's the same company that's going to start over. Hello? People aren't getting this? It's like, wait a minute. No, first thing first. You made that big of a mistake. It's costing us that much money. You should be fired, and we should bring in a new company. Yeah. Not the same one. Don't you see like I see the manipulation in there. Of course, it's called pork barreling, you know? Yeah. And that's what we got to expose, not the fact that we want farms and I don't care about the gardens and stuff, but it's that part of it. But it's to do it in a respectful way.
Yes, but what they're doing is all part and parcel of the system that they're trying to wind down. Yeah. So they need to take money out. In the UK, we had something called the Millennium Dome. Martin and Nathan and Alan will know about this. The Millennium Dome was this thing that was being built for the year 2000 to open in the year 2000. It was going to be this extraordinary Epcot Center type thing. You know, this absolutely stunning thing, and it was going to cost, you know, let's say £10 million. Okay, it ended up costing close to £200 million, precisely because of what you just said. Sorry, once you start the construction, once you have the contracts, it's like, sorry, we need more money. Okay, here's more money. Sorry, we need more money. Endlessly. It's just one of the things that they do. Like, I'm convinced that NASA is really just a way of taking money from circulation and just taking it out. Because if you leave it in circulation, then what happens? It can't end up in somebody's personal bank account. We already know about the 1%. It can't go there because then you'll have more problems. You've got to remove it, but in a way that's used. Because when it's put into a bank, it doesn't actually carry on circulating. It doesn't have the same impact. You have to use it. If it has circulated, you have to spend it. It's equivalent to burning it, but legally, so that you can print more, so that you can keep the wheels turning. Because if you don't remove the 20 or so billion from your budget every year in the US, then you've got 20 billion extra in circulation. This means eventually hyperinflation. So they have to just find things to throw money at. Here in the UK, we've got this nuclear missile program. We know it's all bullshit, but it's like, oh, it means 100 billion over the next 10 years. Oh, well, there you go. We better raise taxes. We'd all better carry on working and not complaining. It's just a way of keeping the system moving. Take big chunks of money and move it aside and say it has been used, that it still has its value. Otherwise, everything else will increase in price. It's hyperinflation. It's just a way of controlling it. The economists, that's basically what they do.
Yeah. On that note, guys, I think I'm gonna.
Me too. The birds are starting to sing.
The birds chirping.
I hear them. Hey, by the way, for anybody who's not caught this before, Nathan and I were chatting one night with Patricia Steer and David Weiss, and I noticed that out of Nathan's window is dawn, it's daylight. Okay, Nathan is about 100 miles away from me. Yeah. Okay. Let's just see.
I'm gonna stick this outside.
Man.
All right.
It's crazy the hours that we spend on this.
Yeah, but the thing is, so okay, it's not quite as dramatic right now, Nathan. This is what happened. Nathan's sky was light blue, like, you know, the sun is just about to pop up or might have already started popping up. And here in Stockport, which is only 100 miles away or so, the sky was still pitch black. Okay, this is one of those things like, oh, hello, what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's like,
It would be the same now if it wasn't so overcast. It would be the same now.
Yes. So this is in the UK. What's the distance between us? 110 miles or so. Yeah. So in 100 miles, the difference in terms of time was around 35 minutes until my light matched Nathan's light. So what shape is the sun casting on the earth, and how's that light working?
Yep.
And it's through observation. There's a bunch of people. Who was it? David? Arsehole, flat earth arsehole. Talking about people looking at the moon at the same time, at the exact same time, and plotting where it is and how much of it is there, and elevation and all these things. It's going to be through mass action, like us exercising our ability to observe and then confer with each other.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I agree.
We're going to put everything together. As we are going to find answers to things that nobody found answers to before.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yep. I've put that in the description as well. You know, can you see the moon where you are on the 13th, 20th and 27th of June? Take a photo of it, include your city, country, time, date, and if possible, longitude and latitude, and send it to flateartharsehole at solobasejake@yahoo.com. So there you go.
Nice one.
Thank you for having us, Gav. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure,
nice
man.
meeting
Thank
you guys.
Very much, Antonio, Nathan, Patricia.
Thank you.
And Ukdina, wonderful to see you again.
Thank you.
It's really nice to meet you, Sibs. Is it Sibs?
Stefan, if you want.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep rolling. If you guys want to stay and keep chatting, you know, whoever needs to go, you go. That's all good.
All right. See you
I'm
later.
staying.
Look forward to some more poetry.
Yes.
Bye, Patricia. Bye, Antonio.
Yeah, there's more.
See you later.
See you guys. See you, everybody.
Bye.
See you later,
Bye.
guys. You take care.
Bye, Martin.
Bye, Nathan.
Bye, mate. Bye.
Flat Earth British. Martin
Flat Earth.
speaking.
Flat Earth British,
Hey.
Martin sleeping.
Yeah, Flat Earth British, Martin sleeping.
That's the one.
I don't know if you're speaking, Martin. We can't hear you, mate.
I just want to say real quick, the jazz man is in the building. The jazz man is in the building.
Oh,
Jazz
the
Sinclair.
Jazz man. Hey, Jazz Sinclair, bro. Shout out to you, brother. Love you,
Yeah,
man.
anybody in the chat, you can see that tennis ball flying up the chat there. Go to Jazz Sinclair's channel, subscribe, watch his show. You will not be disappointed.
Has he ever been on the Hangout before?
No, he needs to get all the equipment sorted out. At the moment, I think he's borrowing somebody's camera and shooting in his car every day.
Okay. Okay. I see. That would have been cool. Well, actually, yeah.
Yeah, we love you, Jazz man.
Yeah, you're awesome, man. So funny. Right, shall we wrap it up then, guys?
What?
Really?
No? Okay.
Let's keep going.
Alright,
Man.
then.
Let's keep going.
Go on then. Alright then, a question for everybody. Like, where would you like to see, or where do you see this flat Earth awakening in 5 years' time? There you go. That's for everybody individually.
You went far, far away.
Martin, I think you should go first because you're falling asleep, bro. We can't hear you. No, not again.
No, can't hear you, man. Well, if you want to go, Bibbs, Alan.
Okay, where do I see it in 5 years? To be fair, if it keeps growing the way that it is, I think they might have to speed up the end game, and they might kind of, I don't know, there's quite a few cards they could play. They could turn everybody off and call it a solar flare. They could, I don't know, do the alien invasion thing. I don't know. See, I'm still torn with the idea as to whether they wanted us to find out, or I don't know. I really don't know. But hopefully, I see more and more people waking up to the truth. You know, like going back to something Bibbs said earlier. Let's forget about our differences and concentrate on, you know, our similarities. And I think if we can wake people up to the NASA lie, and, you know, as many people as we can to, you know, the flat Earth, or at least the globe lie, I think it could be the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back, if you know what I mean. Like, I knew that they lied about 9/11. I knew that they lie about everything. They're always lying on the news. They always get caught out. And if you talk to the average person in the street, they'll agree. And they're like, oh yeah, those politicians, they're always lying and cheating and stealing.
Yes.
But nobody seems to do anything about it. But with a lie as huge as this one that you know, that we know about, if people could only just wake up to that, then maybe that would be, you know, the straw that breaks the camel's back. We need to do something about this now. I mean, I talked to people about 9/11 throughout the years who I feel are interested in it. Or, you know, if people have looked into the JFK assassination or the moon landings and they think they might be a hoax, those are the kind of people you can talk to about.
Yes.
And I think the more time that goes on and the more seeds that we plant, the more people are going to be willing to talk about the flat Earth, and the more people that wake up to it, I can only see it being a good thing. Like, this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. I mean, they can lie to us about money, they can lie to us in politics, they can lie to us about JFK and all these other things. But when you lie to us about the shape of the planet and you spend so much of our money to prove it, and, you know, that's going to, you know, for lack of a better word, that's going to piss people off, bro. and
Yeah, of course.
it's pissed me off and it's lit a fire up my butt, if you know what I mean. So I'm actually doing something about it. So, and so
so
are
you
all
make
of
a
you
good point
guys. You
there.
know, we're all here, we're all chatting, we're all getting together. And this is the thing. I've said it before and I'll say it again, and I'm gonna say it right now. When I look at the community as a whole, all the nice people in chat, the people contributing with music like Babes, moderating and hosting rooms like yourself, Gav. I'm writing poetry. There's people doing songs. You got the Scarecrow. You got people doing proof videos. Everybody's got something to offer, and I look at it like, honestly, this is how I feel. Right, every time I jump into a chat room, or I'm with somebody, or I'm watching a video, from the community, I feel like I'm around a campfire, and we've all sort of pushed society aside because we know it's broken, and we've all come around this campfire, and some of us are singing, some of us are dancing, some of us are telling poems, some of us are talking about the proofs and truths, some of us are just sat there chilling, some of us are listening, and it's like there's hundreds and hundreds of people around this campsite at the moment, and every now and again people are yawning and stretching and coming out of the woods and coming out of the city and walking over to us like with their eyes open for the first time ever, like a newborn child or something, and we're welcoming them, and we're like, come on, come and sing with us, come and dance with us, come and listen to the poetry, come and let's there was a really clever guy said, you can't fix a broken system by using the system. You have to create a new system that makes the old system obsolete.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're on the verge of, guys. With such a huge lie, we've all told lies in our lives. But I mean, I chose years ago not to tell any more lies, and
Same here.
it totally changed my life. Now, hopefully, exposing this lie will make others, because somebody earlier said it's about morals. I think it was you, Babes.
Yes. And I can ask you a question, Alan, just real quick. Have you
Shoot, bro.
noticed that since you've been more honest, you get more opposition? I've noticed it.
Oh, absolutely. I lost my job, bro.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
man.
No. It was. I mean, it's hurt me monetarily, and
Yeah.
but other than that, I'm so proud of the way I lost my job. I mean, I stood up for my rights and everybody else's rights, and I got screwed by the system, and that to me was just another tick in the column of, you are all full of it, and you all lie, you're all manipulative, you're all monetary minded, and I mean, I'm gonna do a video about it. I'll probably write a poem about it, how I lost my job and stuff.
And guess
But
what?
yeah,
The synchronicity is going to take over, and your honesty in your heart is going to give you a new chance. And instead of going to work for somebody like a slave and giving half your money to somebody that doesn't freaking deserve it, you're going to use your art, man. I could see it. Wow, just those two poems from before, I could see that in the book. And there you go. You got your art right there. You know?
well, thanks, brother.
Yeah, it's crazy. I see everything in a new way, and if you speak from your heart and you're telling the truth, and it just like comes out naturally like that, well, people are gonna latch onto that like you wouldn't believe, because it's just natural. Like tonight's show was amazing, man. All the truth that's coming out, especially your poems, man, they really freaked me out. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how else to say it, yeah.
Thank you so much, and I just want to say I got butterflies because I'm kind of dancing at the chat as well, and Martin just said,
well,
Alan's so epic. Thank God he came out.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, brother. Thanks, Martin. That means a lot.
Yep. Thanks, Martin. I really, 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 really mean that, man.
Yeah, Martin played a big part in me coming out, He was just open and honest, and he just did videos, and he was just himself in front of camera. And I was like, yeah, why am I so concerned about how I look or how people perceive me or whatever? Let's just do it. Let's just break the ice and you know, I'm gonna slip, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna trip, I'm gonna whatever, but let's just do it. Let's get it out there, and it's documented now. It's a history. Them YouTube videos are going to be there forever, right? I mean, I can download them and store them.
I hope so.
Oh, I just want to throw this out as well. If they decide to EMP us all, right, and like knock the internet out and possibly even wipe everybody's hard drives, I just want to throw the idea out that, you know, is it possible to maybe put as much information as possible as we can onto a hard drive and stick it in a lead box and bury it somewhere? You know, if someone's got a spare hard drive, because, you know, if they turn the power off, or if they do like a huge EMP and it wipes our hard drives, you know,
Or,
we could
or
lose
convert it to analog.
yeah, or just print it out if it's text and things like that. Maybe we can print a lot of stuff out and
That's interesting that you say that, because they are actually outlawing anything analog. So right now is the time to run to your pawn shops and get those 35mm cameras, you know, and the projectors that's just a light bulb. Those things. Why? Because it's power really doesn't do anything, because you can actually use a candle as far as a light, and everything will still be there, you know. And like records, just crank it out, man. You don't need electricity for that. That could also work too.
yeah. Yeah, that's right. I remember when I was a kid and I learned that you could literally just stick a needle on a record. So I got a plastic cup and I stuck a needle through the bottom of it, and I just held the needle on the record as it was turning and listened in the cup. You could hear the music playing through the cup. It was awesome. It was like you know, the tin can string phone thing, but it was a needle on a record. It was awesome.
Yeah. Go back to analog. We could do it. Just take our movies and play them and film them with a 35mm camera and take those reels. I know it would be an expensive thing, but is it worth keeping the information for a couple $100 or maybe even less? You know.
Yeah.
If you got the means, you know, I don't see a problem with it. And also do the hard drive and like a media player inside that box also, you know, at least, and some kind of power source in case, you know.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
idea,
just wanted to throw it out there. You know, if anyone's got the capabilities of doing that, get onto it. Make a video about it. Tell people if you know about analog, because I mean, you know, if anything, get it out there. We need a backup plan, guys. We need a backup plan.
Yep.
Suggestions for a backup plan?
Well, we need a meeting spot if the feces hits the oscillating
Spinning rotors.
yeah, the oscillating rotors.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you and I are going to get a lot closer, Gav. I mean, you're pretty local. I want to hook up.
Yeah, man, sweet, bro. Cool.
Maybe we can
Yeah,
have
so,
like.
as I say about this Leeds thing that you know, Chris Tritic is supposed to be setting up. I mean, I don't mind helping him setting it up, of course, man. But yeah, you know, I hope to go to it and meet everyone and see what the crack is. You know, have a laugh and a giggle and chill out.
Yeah, isn't Leeds? Are you saying that you're off to Leeds?
Chris Tritic is supposed to be setting one up in Leeds. Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
He was meant to be joining us tonight. I don't know what happened to him. But never mind. It's always next week.
Chat's gone very quiet. Have we lost a lot of people?
Not really. Half.
49 watching still. Yeah, I put the link out there, you know, man. There's those, you know, I did put in the description that after everything's done, I'll leave it open for if anyone wants to come in and, you know, speak their mind or anything. Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, great. I want to meet new people. That's the whole point. That's how we met. I met Alan, this great guy. That's how I met Gav. Yeah, we got to reach out. It feels amazing once you do it. Huh?
I never would have done this in a million years. Not Not unless I discovered flat Earth, you know. Until I discovered flat Earth, and you know that was it. It's just made me do new things, as Alan was saying earlier. It's inspired him to do new things as well, and me also. You know, I never ever would have been here.
Definitely, I'm always thinking now, like every day, of new ways to reach people, and I think there's a girl. She's got a YouTube channel called Nicole Cote, Nicole Cote, Cote, and she's the girl that found the gold mine, the old archives of magazines and newspapers, and she went through them and she found lots of flat Earth articles, and she found some really cool stuff. I can't remember what else I was going to say about her. What were you just talking about, Gav?
Good question.
But yeah, she's awesome. Like, you should check her channel out. Oh,
Hi,
that's
Laurie.
it. Yeah, reaching new people. She's doing the flyer thing, right? But she mentioned that she's putting them up around schools and colleges and universities. You know, young minds, open minds, hopefully. These are the people that I find are easier to kind of talk to about it. You know, you start talking to someone that's had 30, 40, 50 years in the system, and they might not be as open to the things that you're telling them, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously the kids are our future. They're going to inherit whatever we leave behind for them, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the other part of it too. We got to reach our youth, because that's our future. Yeah, good point, man. We got to open up to them, stop ignoring them. A lot of parents right now are just, like, too busy working, too busy this, too busy that. Ah, just go watch a movie, here. No, you got to start talking to your kids and teaching them the good stuff, you know?
And this is it. They just don't realize just how bad that is. You know, I mean, it's the quick and easy answer for any parent to, oh, here's my phone. You know, go and watch YouTube, or here's the tablet. Go and play on that, or go watch TV. Go watch cartoons. But unfortunately, these are the things that are manipulating their ideas, and you know, we all know that anyway. We know what's going on, but it's sad that it's so easy for parents to just, you know, let the TV babysit the child.
On off kids. That's the way I grew up, and I think that's what helped me actually. Well, in my situation, I'm not saying it's gonna be like that for everyone. I was lucky enough to grow up eventually. It took me like 37 years to grow up. No, wait, more than that. Listen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I was like thrown around as a kid, always like pawned off somewhere. My parents were divorced. I was one, so I was either with my mom, and she would pawn me off to babysitters or uncles and aunts. And my dad would do the same thing. And it's like, yeah, I was screwed up for a long time, you know. We can't treat our kids that way. It's just, no, we gotta spend more time with them, you know.
Absolutely.
yeah, exactly, man. When the kids go to school, they get a head full of absolute nonsense, and when the kids come home from school, you've got to sit there and have them unlearn everything that they think they know now, because it's all crap.
Yeah, I used to skip school all the time. Oh, because me, I went to I don't know how many freaking different schools. I must have done at least 30, and French and English, and not like long stretches, like year here French, year there English. It totally screwed me up. I had to quit school at 15, almost 16, and yeah, totally screws somebody up, you know. I don't know where I was going with this. I was going somewhere with it.
It's alright, I'll jump in there. Quick shout out to Laurie Gale. Hi,
Yeah,
sweetie.
hi, Laurie.
But yeah, school, I mean, I was labelled what was I? I was disruptive. That was their favourite word for me. I was disruptive. But I just think I was inquisitive, and I just called them out on the BS, you know?
Yeah.
And I just asked so many questions, and B.O.B., the rapper, I don't know if you've listened to his stuff, but
Not
he
really.
does one. He does one called fucking science, bro. Excuse my language. But it's really cool because he sets it out like it starts off with the science teacher talking, and he's the kid at the back of the class with the little smarmy comments, right? But his smarmy comments are really clever, and this is how kids come across sometimes. I was in a hangout the other day, and a young girl came in. She was a Glober, a baller.
Madeline, her name was.
Yeah, that's the one.
I was there with you.
And she started
That's
being,
it.
you
I'm
know,
on Club last week's show, mate. That's it.
but yeah, go check it out. I mean, this is the way I looked at it afterwards. At first, I thought, oh, great, you know, another teenager that knows everything coming in thinking that she's cocky or whatever. But she asked some very interesting questions. And the thing is, when we answered those questions, instead of just, you know, laughing it out of the water and repeating the same question, she moved to the next level. I don't even know if you guys realize this because she was quite arrogant in her mood, but she moved to the next question. Like, you know, if you know what I mean, like the next level, instead of hanging on the same level, oh, well, what does that mean then? You know, like, what about this? And that is awesome. And I've got a feeling that we might be seeing Madeline again. I'm serious. But
And
kids
that's because,
often,
that's because
well,
Bob approached her with respect. And that's it.
yeah. You've got to. I mean, even the trolls that come in, I answer the questions because they think they're clever. They think we haven't got an answer for the question. But to be fair, most of them. I mean, I did a lot of revision before I came on this. Before, you know, I went on the other side of the camera. I mean, there was no way I was going to start talking about something unless I knew something about it. And it took me a long time to get my head around perspective, sunsets, you know, all these things. But going back to kids being sarcastic and with the comments and stuff, think back to when you were a kid in class, right? And the teacher says something, and you nudge the kid next to you and you go, I dare you to say this. I dare you to say that. That's how it starts. You have a thought, you're inquisitive, but you don't know if you should ask it or not. And then you kind of dare somebody else to say it, and they go, hey, we never found any monkey man bones if we evolved from monkeys, you know? And it's brilliant. That's a kid's mind. The teacher will just go, oh, well, you know, whatever. And going back to B.O.B., the opening line is, welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthal man. That is no mystery. And then the kid at the back of the class goes, well, how come we haven't found any monkey bones? And the teacher goes, what, are you kidding me? And it's classic. Like, you know, the teacher would just say, oh, that's not up for debate. It's not in the textbook. And B.O.B. shouts some other things out from the back of the class, like, if oil comes from, you know, pressurized organic matter, how come all fossils didn't turn into oil? And then the teacher just brushes it off and goes, some did, some didn't. Anyway, back to the lesson, you know. It's perfect example of what they do and how they. I mean, to be fair to teachers, they don't even know, they don't even realize what they're actually doing. They've got a job to do. They have a book and a curriculum to teach. They've got someone breathing down the neck. They've got the head teacher breathing down the neck. They've got the local administrators or whoever breathing down the neck. They have to teach the children what's in the textbook.
Yeah.
So if a child brings up a question that science can't answer, they just brush it off quickly and on with the lesson. And we need to point these things out to kids so that they're aware of it when the teacher does it.
And another thing too, with I don't know if it was the same when you were a kid. I don't know if it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure it is though. I was like disruptive also, and they wanted to stick me on Ritalin, and a lot of kids were being put on Ritalin when I was a kid. And I thanked my mom to, oh God, she said no, I don't want my kid on Ritalin, and she said no, and she let me go. And after a couple of years, like I said, skipping school. I was like not really like a troublemaker, but I wouldn't pay attention. I'd always do my own thing, and you know that kind of disruptive, you know, not paying attention.
Can I just ask, is Ritalin a downer?
Huh?
Yeah.
Right. I just wanted to check because in England at the moment, well, probably everywhere, they're labelling a lot of children with ADHD. Now,
There you go. Same thing.
I have a feeling that if that was around when I was back in school, I wouldn't have been a disruptive child. I would have been a child with ADHD, and I have a feeling that they would have probably tried to medicate me.
Yes.
Exactly.
So they're still
And
doing it, right? They're still.
and that's what they're doing. If you show overactive mind, if you're asking too many questions, if you're fidgety in class, they just think there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Or at least they label it as if there's something wrong with you. No, everybody else is just fluoridated, and everybody else is just going along,
To get along.
Yeah, when you're first taken to school and your mum's holding your hand and she says, be good at school now and you listen to the teachers, okay? You be good for the teachers. And you trust your parents. Your parents are God, And
Yeah. For some people,
so,
yeah, I guess.
yeah. Or whoever it is that told you those things, But yeah, school, man, they got you by the balls.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, they're labelled just being a kid, haven't they? Kids can't be kids anymore because, as you say, disruptive is their favourite word. I mean, it's just being a kid. Kids get hyperactive. It's what kids do.
Yeah.
But, I just think it's wrong to, give them drugs and bring them on down and stuff like that. Especially at that young of an age. That's just terrible.
And I remember when they first introduced the note to go to the freaking bathroom. God, did I throw fits on that one. And yeah, you know what? That's screwing up our bladders for when we get older. Because from all that holding it in and stuff, that's really not good. When you gotta pee, you're supposed to go pee, You're not supposed to hold it in until the other guy comes in with the hall pass. Because you got these hall monitors gonna snitch on you because you went to the bathroom and took a piss. Okay, you got the people that smoke and all that stuff, but yeah, some people actually want to go take a freaking piss. I remember pissing in the corner once. I was like, I don't know, 7 years old, I guess, maybe, first grade. Yeah, she wouldn't let me go until the other guy came with the pass. And I really had to go. So I went in the corner where the garbage can was, and I started pissing in front of everybody. Got sent to the principals.
You gotta go.
Oh, gee, yeah, it's like, what, you're gonna stop me from going to the bathroom? Really? And then from then on, people had to put up their hands, can I go to the bathroom? Oh, you gotta wait till the other guy shows up. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Really? Animals, when they gotta piss, they open their leg and pss, there you go. I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man. Right, should we wrap it up then, guys?
Oh, Gav wants to go.
Yeah, I hear you guys.
I've put the link out a few times and that, no one's coming on, so yeah, man, might as well wrap it up, bros.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's been fun. You got any last words?
Yeah, visit my channel, subscribe, like, dislike, unsubscribe, do whatever you want. You've got a voice, use it.
Hey, I ditto that one.
Go on, Bibbs.
I ditto that, and I think a lot of good stuff was said on the show tonight, and exactly, go subscribe to his channel. And everybody that was on the panel, actually, get to know the people, Everybody.
Yeah, and everyone subscribe to everybody's channel, spread the word, and get everybody's names out of there, because we're all contributing something, so... Yeah, and I also want to plug this Bedford level recreation on the 25th of June, which is a week on Saturday. Allegedly Dave will be there. He's working closely with Laura Brooker, and they're going to be helping with the experiment, and that should be fun. I don't have any links to any further details because it's pretty much a meme flyer on Facebook. So perhaps you'll see it about on Facebook. If not, I guess you could go to Allegedly Dave's page. I will link that in the description.
Cool.
And if you can help or if you want more details, then contact Dave. Okay then, guys.
And I want
Right.
to talk to you guys again, that's for sure, and we will talk again. I
Oh,
want
yeah,
to get you on
man.
Skype also, Alan.
Yeah, cool. Gav, if you can, like, I don't know if you can keep the Hangout going and knock it
Yeah,
off from YouTube,
it'll
and we'll
still
just,
go after we finish, mate. It'll still be on in the background.
yeah, and we
Right.
can exchange some contact details.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, cool. Right, thanks to everyone in the chat and those who are watching without chatting for tuning in, you know. Most of all, thank you to everyone on the panel for making this happen. You know, if it wasn't for you, then, yeah, we won't be here. So, I'll see you all again next week. Same time, same place. As always, it's been a pleasure. And remember, the globe is a lie.
Yeah.
It's a lie, it's a lie.